Next, we'll visit the raisin fields, a fruit used mainly in wine and sweet production. Between August and October, when grape leaves turn brown and wilt, it's harvest time. The agricultural equipment is operated by a team of highly skilled workers. As the machine moves through vines, it shakes plastic bars to loosen the raisins. The raisins then fall and are collected on the harvester's conveyor belt. Precision work. Shaking also helps minimize damage to the grapevine. The harvester has an essential cleaning feature. During harvesting, green leaves and shoots are separated from the conveyor system. Finally, the quality raisins are transferred to the truck. California's sweet corn harvest runs June to October, when kernels are in the milk stage. This state's corn has always been prized for its freshness and flavor. The harvester's cutting head is adjusted to the proper height and position for the crop and row spacing. The harvester then cuts corn stalks while rollers guide them into the machine. These machines have revolutionized farming, greatly reducing the need for manual labor. They also significantly decrease field cleanup time. In 2023, the U.S. harvested about 340,000 acres of sweet corn. Cabbage is ready for harvest about 75 to 90 days after planting. Large farms use cabbage harvesters to supply fresh vegetables to the market. As it moves through the field, a special blade cuts the cabbage leaves and roots. The cut cabbage is then transferred to the machine's conveyor belt. During this process, excess cabbage leaves fall back onto the field. Workers at the machine will check and remove cabbages that don't meet standards on site. A mechanical harvester can replace manual labor, harvesting dozens of acres daily. This method also helps minimize the risk of damage to the cabbage. Cotton harvesters process multiple rows at once, up to 6, speeding up harvesting. The locomotive department will oversee all operations. The machine uses metal rollers to wind and pull cotton fibers from the plant. Cotton is then transferred to a large container, reducing frequent unloading stops. Modern cotton harvesters are equipped with an onboard modular system. Once harvested, cotton is compressed into large bales for transport to processing. We're heading to the wheat fields in western New York State. Tractors and compactors work together to collect straw from the field and compress it into small square bales. These straw bales are easy to transport and perfect for bedding. The square baler collects dry straw and other materials from the ground and feeds them into the baling chamber. A piston moves back and forth, compressing the collected dry straw into a square tube. Small square bales of straw are neatly arranged in the field. They're then baled into large bales by automatic bale collection vehicles. This is a carrot harvesting section from California farmers. This machine starts the harvest by moving through rows of carrots. It uses cutting blades to remove the carrots' roots. Soon, the carrots are pulled from the ground and placed in the adjacent truck. The harvester ensures carrots are properly collected without damage. This improves final product quality and optimizes farmers' profits. It also reduces labor and saves time compared to manual harvesting. China produces about 31 billion pounds of peanuts annually. Typically, after 120 days, peanuts are harvested when leaves yellow and tubers fully develop. The harvester uses underground cutters to uproot the entire peanut plant. The machine also has a vibration system to clean soil from the peanuts. After harvest, plants are placed upside down in beds to sun-dry. It usually takes 2 to 4 days for peanuts to reach ideal dryness. At this point, the tuber separator will pass through the field. It rolls all the dried peanuts onto the conveyor belt. The rotating part separates peanuts from stems and leaves. Finally, the sorting system classifies peanuts by size. We move to Iran, a world leader in pistachio production. Around September and October is peak harvest time. The shaker grips the tree trunk and vibrates to drop pistachios. Drivers adjust vibration to avoid damaging the tree. Falling nuts are caught in a collection chute at the tree's base. This keeps seeds clean and minimizes soil contact. Harvesters often separate leaves and branches from seeds. Pistachios then go on a conveyor for initial on-site sorting. Huge machines cover vast fields quickly. It ensures timely harvest of coffee at peak ripeness. As it enters coffee rows, vibrators gently shake the branches. This process causes ripe coffee beans to fall from the tree. The machine targets only ripe fruit, avoiding accidental harvest of unripe ones. Harvesters play a crucial role in developing Brazil's coffee production. Brazil is expected to produce 66.3 million coffee bags in 2023 to 24, nearly 40% of global output. Did you know the world produces about 105 billion pounds of onions yearly? An average person consumes almost 14 pounds of onions per year. India is the top onion producer, growing 58,000 pounds annually. Indian onions, known for their spicy flavor, grow year-round. The onion harvester has a square shaft rotating opposite to the machine. It works underground, loosening onions and preparing them for harvest. Onions are placed on a conveyor with holes to remove excess soil and leaves. The onions are then transferred to a container next to the harvester. This harvester ensures higher onion yield with less damage. Now, let's move on to the pineapple fields. About 85% of global pineapples come from Asia, mainly China, Indonesia, and the Philippines. To avoid midday heat and keep pineapples fresh. As the vehicle crawls along pineapple rows, farmers load freshly picked fruit onto its conveyor belt. They're carefully stacked in boxes for transport to the packing plant. This process saves time and effort, reducing manual transport of pineapples from field to facility. Now it's time to enjoy the delightful citrus flavors. Texas citrus harvest season typically runs from November to January each year. Best harvest time is early morning or late afternoon when it's cool, minimizing plant stress. Farmers use harvest baskets and ladders to pick fruit from tall citrus trees without climbing. Before harvest, farmers check fruits to ensure they're ripe. Ripe citrus has shiny skin and a distinct aroma. When baskets are full, farmers take them to nearby collection points and empty them into large containers. Besides citrus, the US is a top peach producer, with California growing about 75% of the national crop. In 2023, the US harvested 1.4 billion pounds of peaches, mostly for domestic use. Instead of machines, farmers often pick peaches by hand. Hand picking requires care to avoid damaging the fruit. Farmers use ladders to reach peaches at the top of trees. They aim to pick peaches before birds and small animals can get to them. Avocado harvesting in Mexico is in full swing. In Mexico's volcanic belt, these avocado trees thrive and yield high. Workers use long poles to pick avocados straight from the trees. During harvest, farmers carefully avoid damaging the fruit. Farmers monitor quality from growing to harvesting avocados. Avocados that fall to the ground won't be exported. Strict practices have boosted avocado farming in this country. Mexico's 2024 avocado crop may hit 6.1 billion pounds for export. Long poles with sickles attached to the bamboo tips. Farmers guide these poles to the top of coconut trees. They use the poles to cut ripe coconut bunches from the tree. In some coconut farms, channels are dug between rows to let coconuts fall into water, reducing harvest impact. The harvester calculates the force and direction of the pull. Coconuts in waterways help farmers control quantity and ease transport. Coconuts are usually picked soft to easily extract the water. Coconuts fruit regularly, allowing farmers to harvest monthly. This boosts farmers' income and the local coconut market. It's finally mango harvest season in Thailand. Best harvest time, early morning or late night, when it's cooler and fruit is less prone to damage. Farmers use a pole with a net to catch mangoes, preventing falls and damage. Farmers keep the fruit stems on, helping preserve them longer. Mango trees grow 30 to 40 feet tall, making harvesting challenging. Farmers use lifts or special equipment to pick the mangoes. They use these tools to reach fruit at the tops of the trees. Large mango farms employ teams of 10 to 20 harvesters. These teams pick and sort the mangoes right in the orchard. Everyone works together for quick, efficient harvesting while maintaining quality. Modern farmers have many equipment options for agricultural activities. From plows and mowers to harvesters, all meet the needs of livestock farmers and large-scale farming operations. Now let's head to the fields to see how farmers use heavy machinery. First is the plow, typically operated by a tractor. The plow breaks hard soil 6 to 16 centimeters deep, cutting, lifting, and turning the earth. Plows have various blade types, designed for specific tillage and soil types. These blades break up soil clumps, making the surface flatter and cleaner. It also loosens soil by turning it, making sowing much easier. Simultaneously, it provides space and nutrients for new plants. Typically, plowing is done after the harvest. This technique aims to remove weeds and crop residues to avoid hindering plant growth. This way, farmers can soften the soil and gradually prepare it for the next harvest. Plowing is one of the most crucial soil management practices. Without it, the field becomes impermeable and oxygen-starved. Plowing increases porosity, vital for water, oxygen, and organic matter circulation. It also reduces parasitic animal activity that impedes plant growth. These benefits come without increasing fuel costs or significantly impacting the environment. Conventional plows rarely go deeper than 20 centimeters. Deep plows, however, can reach depths exceeding 50 centimeters. Deep plowing alters soil structure and drainage. It also helps restore the soil's ideal structure. The plow turns the soil, creating space for a new field where none existed before. Like a shallow plow, it supports future plant growth and development. This allows plants to find suitable space for root development. Deep plowing also provides better control of perennial weeds than shallow plowing. Pastures yield 85% of farm profits and are the cheapest form of feed. Machines were developed to maintain and harvest abundant grass in spring and summer. This creates high-quality green forage with increased productivity. Farmers can use simple bar cutters for harvesting. These use alternating knives to cut the grass. Rotary cutters, on the other hand, use spinning discs for quick harvesting. After cutting, the grass is trucked to the farm, meeting the cattle's fresh feed needs. In summer, the grass grows fast and is often harvested by cattle farmers. Hot, dry weather is ideal for harvesting grass for silage. Farmers may leave the grass in the field for hours to wilt. This reduces moisture. The grass is then collected and stacked in the farmyard. Machines compress the grass tightly or roll it into large bales, removing air. The grass is then covered with plastic and sealed to remove oxygen. Over several months, bacteria in the grass ferment effectively. Harvested grass can also be field-dried. The farmer will return in a few days. The hay harvester helps bale the hay. Farmers collect and stack bales with one tractor, reducing field pressure from heavy machinery. Grapes are delicate and quick, easily damaged by heavy machinery. This is an extremely effective combination. Most harvesters use roller beaters or stem vibrators to remove grapes. The main mechanism uses a flexible double bar to shake the vines. In some areas, machine harvesting cuts labor costs by up to 75%. Machines move through rows, shaking vines to drop grapes onto conveyors. Once collected, impurities are removed through a series of nets. Harvested grapes are immediately trucked to the processing unit. This mechanical harvesting method is used only for wine grapes. A machine can harvest 1 hectare in about 5 hours. Manual labor can take 1 to 10 days to harvest the same area. Harvesters can also operate 24/7. Machine harvesting is often cheaper and better for large flat vineyards. Grapes cool faster when harvested by machine than by hand. These machines have lights for night harvesting. This helps farmers cut harvest time, especially during peak seasons. Ripe grapes left on the vine too long will quickly spoil. Though machines do most harvesting, farmers often check before use. They ensure enough fuel, working lights, proper tire pressure, and functional brakes. They also check for hydraulic leaks and make needed repairs. Like grapes, farmers use peanut harvesters to collect peanuts, saving labor and reducing work intensity. Tasks that once took days or weeks by hand can now be completed in just a few hours. However, during harvest, there's a greater need to adjust soil parameters. In wet areas, high-power machines easily remove impurities from the soil. To begin harvesting, farmers use a peanut digger to go through each row. The machine has a blade that cuts roots from the bottom of the plant. Its rotating tips dig and flip plants, aligning them in the soil. The peanuts end up facing sideways. Peanuts can be left in the field for a few days to dry out. When moisture content reaches about 10%, it's time to collect with a harvester. The harvester passes, quickly transferring peanuts to the back via rollers, preventing ground sinkage. A vibrating sieve is designed to remove impurities once peanuts are collected in the machine. Machines help remove peanuts from vines and also clean off extra dirt from the peanuts. As the combine passes through rows, it blows peanuts into a container and spreads dried stalks back to the soil. The peanut harvester combines digging, lifting, and reversing operations in one continuous process. It rarely breaks peanuts, with a breakage rate of less than 1%. Its peanut harvest rate reaches 98%, saving a significant amount of labor time. Not just for land, heavy machinery also works well in underwater environments. Cranberry harvesters help farmers increase quantity and develop production scale. In fall, we see harvesters traversing fields of ruby red cranberries. The harvester opened new possibilities for this $200 million per year industry. Most cranberries grow in Northeast America, mainly in Massachusetts and New Jersey swamps. Cranberry harvest typically runs from late September through October. Farmers flood fields with water to shield them from frost. The water level is about 18 inches deep. Growers use water reels or egg beaters to stir and free berries from stems. Each berry has a tiny air pocket helping it float on the water's surface. Americans consume 400 million pounds of cranberries yearly. Harvesters move through rows, agitating water to release berries from vines. It moves gently on balloon tires to avoid damaging the plants. This is the most labor-intensive part of the cranberry harvest. Floating berries are corralled to a collection point. Workers use a crane to pile berries around a pump for extraction. Finally, cranberries are loaded onto waiting trucks. They're then taken to facilities for processing and packaging. The humble banana, a global dietary staple, has a complex journey from farm to plate. Each banana bunch weighs 110 pounds, So farmers use foam padding to protect their shoulders while harvesting. The plantation uses a 35-kilometer cable system that can transport 75 banana bunches at once. In 2022, global banana production reached 42.2 million pounds. To ensure quality, farmers limit each banana tree to producing only 10 bunches for optimal fruit growth. Banana harvesting is labor-intensive, typically done in the cool early morning hours. Skilled workers usually begin their day at 5 a.m. The plant's remaining leaves are cut above ground, eventually decomposing into nutrient-rich soil. Using traditional farming methods, growers can yield about 88,100 pounds per hectare. However, efficient banana farms in the Philippines, the world's top supplier, can produce 176,300 pounds per hectare or more, thanks to disease-resistant varieties. Once bananas reach the processing plant, they undergo a thorough cleaning process. Workers use pressurized water to clean, while foam coats bunches and processing areas to prevent fruit damage. Special knives separate bananas into bunches and remove the large stem. After separation, water jets propel banana bunches through the cleaning tank. Unlike many producers, this company harvests bananas while they're still green. A special liquid applied to the crown keeps banana bunches from ripening during the 19-day export process. Upon arrival, they undergo artificial ripening for about 7 days before hitting supermarket shelves. The factory's output is impressive, packing an average of 50,000 boxes of bananas weekly. Besides fresh consumption, fried bananas are popular, with a $2.4 billion market value in 2023. Green bananas are ideal for frying due to their firmness and low sugar content. After sorting, skilled workers manually peel the bananas. A machine slices the bananas into thin uniform pieces, typically 3 to 5 millimeters thick. During frying, workers stir bananas constantly for even crispiness at 180 degrees Celsius. A conveyor belt moves fried slices to a seasoning station. Once cooled, the fried bananas are ready for packaging. This production line can process up to 20 tons of bananas daily. Each female palm produces about 50-60 fruits, and this is its flesh. Today, we're harvesting sweet nectar that'll become palm sugar. Palm trees grow up to 30 m, take 20 years to mature, and live over a century. At dawn, while many sleep, these farmers are deep in the palm groves. Climbing these towering trees is no easy task. Skilled pickers use notched bamboo poles as makeshift ladders to reach the top. In some regions, they use a boulder technique. They wrap a thick rope around themselves and the tree trunk for support. Armed with just knives and containers, farmers begin harvesting. With a skilled strike, they cut off the flower bud. Impressive 12 tons of sugar daily. By morning, top containers will be full of sweet nectar. Daily, a worker climbs up to 100 trees, often collecting over 300 liters. Sap sours quickly, so farmers add herbs or lime to prevent this. This farmer strains sap through fine mesh to remove impurities. Sap needed for a kilo of sugar varies by season. Filtered sap is simmered for 6-7 hours until thick and syrupy. Constant stirring and skimming ensure smooth texture and prevent burning. Liquid sugar is molded into balls or blocks in plastic containers. In dry season, 7 liters of sap are needed, while rainy season may require up to 10 liters. Pineapple, a sweet and tangy tropical fruit, has become a dietary staple worldwide. Pineapple farming remains labor-intensive, with manual harvesting still the norm. Harvest teams of 20-30 skilled workers use protective gear against sharp pineapple leaves. They can harvest 2 tons of pineapple per day. Pineapple yield per hectare ranges from 40 to 50 tons. A pineapple plant's life cycle is long, taking 15-18 months from planting to harvest. Ripe pineapples typically weigh between 0.5 and 1.2 kilograms. Harvested pineapples are then transported to processing or storage facilities. Global production of this delicious fruit hit an impressive 29.36 million tons in 2022, requiring up to 10,000 boxes daily. Pineapples for fresh consumption are carefully selected and stored in refrigerated trucks or warehouses at 7 to 8 degrees Celsius with 85 to 90% humidity. To maintain freshness, time from harvest to storage shouldn't exceed 24 hours in summer or 36 hours in spring. For fresh consumption, pineapples are harvested when half the skin turns yellow. However, those for juice processing are picked earlier, with just a third of the base peel yellow. Before juicing, workers carefully select ripe, juicy fruits, discarding rotten, green, or diseased ones. Some facilities press whole pineapples to maximize juice production. The skin is discarded, but not wasted. They're processed into soaps for sensitive skin. But some peel, extract, and finally cut the pulp for flavor. This pulp is then juiced, and what you see is pineapple pulp. Finally, the sterilized juice is packaged and labeled. The pineapple juice market has grown, reaching $7.1 billion recently. This farmer earns up to $5,000 monthly just to pick this thorny fruit. You're probably thinking of applying now without knowing the fruit's name. Today I'll show you exotic orchards where farmers harvest 5 rare fruits. Known as the king of fruits, durian fetches a high price of $3.7 billion per pound where it's grown and can reach up to 32.50 times that in the Sinanua market. With its distinct aroma and rich, creamy flavor, this fruit is often bought for immediate eating or used in cakes, rice dishes, ice cream, and more. Harvesting durian is extremely challenging due to its thick, spiky shell and the fact that it grows on trees about 4 to 5 meters tall. Before durian harvest, a specialist called a durian tapper checks the fruit's ripeness. They tap the fruit with a knife, and based on the sound and skin color, determine if it's ready to be picked. This is the $5,000 a month job I mentioned at the start of the video. The farmer then quickly cuts the durian stem and drops it to the ground. Catchers below swiftly use padded baskets to catch the falling fruit. Durian thorns can cause bleeding, so pickers need helmets and gloves, but skilled ones sometimes skip them. If the fruit is overripe, it may fall to the ground on its own, usually at night. At that point, the farmer just needs to collect it. Some farms use nets tied between trees to catch high-quality durians. After harvesting, durians are pre-processed, washed and sorted. Durian ripens quickly and should be eaten within a week or it'll rot. So exported durian must be frozen whole like this. It can also be split into segments, vacuum-packed and frozen. Durian pulp is used in products like ice cream, cakes, and sweets. Many have had lychee-flavored drinks but never seen or eaten the actual fruit. It's a fragrant sweet fruit with slightly chewy pulp. It sells for about $15 per pound when exported to the US and is mainly grown in China and India. Farmers typically start harvesting lychees between 3 and 4 a.m. and work until about 9 a.m. This early harvest is crucial to prevent the fruit from overexposure to the sun, which can dry it out and reduce its value. These lychee trees are over 10 years old and produce more than 330 kilograms of fruit annually. As lychee skin is quite thin, farmers must carefully place them in lined boxes after harvesting. The lychee bunches are then defoliated, packaged, and transported to the packing facility. For local markets, lychees are placed in plastic boxes like these and quickly transported to market. For long-distance exports to Singapore, Japan, and the US, lychees are stored in cold storage facilities. This facility can process up to 4,400 pounds of dragon fruit per hour. Dried dragon fruit is popular due to its month-long shelf life. Dragon fruit drying ovens use charcoal as a heat source. Farmers dry 20,000 pounds of fresh dragon fruit for 72 hours. They need to turn the dragon fruit every 6 hours. 100 kilograms fresh yields 30 kilograms dry. China is the largest importer. Dragon fruit, sweet and colorful, is enjoyed fresh or as juice. In Vietnam, red dragon fruit is used in noodles and bread to support farmers. Farms exporting to Europe harvest 35 days after flowering. Dragon fruit flowers bloom at night, attracting nocturnal moth pollinators. The fruit is harvested by hand using a sharp knife to cut the stem, avoiding damage to the skin. Dragon fruit is unique as it grows directly on the cactus stem, not on branches. After cutting, fruits are placed in lined plastic baskets or shaded, then transported within 2 hours. Post-harvest, the fruit is washed to remove surface dirt and bacteria. They're then sized, chilled to 5 degrees Celsius, and shipped to markets or processors within 42 days. A unique Vietnamese product is dragon fruit bread. It's made by mixing traditional dough with dragon fruit juice in a mixer. The dough is divided into 36 balls, each about 50 grams, then shaped. This bakery produces over 45,000 loaves daily. The bread is then fermented and baked at 170 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes. Each loaf is sold for 24 cents. After durian, it's known as the Queen of Fruits, being the second most grown in Asian fruit powerhouses and selling for over 54.42 orales per pound on Zua. It's called mangosteen, with a sweet-sour taste, light fragrance, and edible seeds. Farmers start harvesting mangosteen when it changes from light to deep pink, ensuring ripeness. In many places, people also harvest green mangosteen for special local salads. Mangosteen trees take 4 to 5 years to bear fruit. When mature, each tree produces about 500 fruits per harvest. Farmers pick lower fruits by hand, but use special tools for higher ones. Fallen fruit goes in separate containers as it'll leak sap, spreading to other fruits and lowering their sale value. Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam are the world's top 3 mangosteen-producing countries. Americans love this fruit. In 2023, the US imported $889 million in mangosteens, becoming the world's largest importer. Rambutan is a tropical fruit with a distinctive hairy exterior. It's similar to lychee in texture, with a mild sweetness and slight acidity, likely due to being in the same family. Rambutan is usually harvested in summer when the fruit turns from green to red or yellow. Farmers pick rambutans by hand using ladders. They pluck whole fruit clusters from branches and place them in foam boxes on the ground. Rambutans are typically harvested when ripe. If too ripe, they'll bruise easily and become mushy during transport. Each foam box filled with rambutans like this weighs about 48.5 pounds. Thailand is the world's largest producer of rambutans. In 2023, the country harvested approximately 314 million pounds of rambutans. Only 1 to 2% is exported as frozen rambutans, mainly to nearby Asian countries and Europe. Captions by the Amara.org community. In the global agricultural landscape, chili peppers are more than just a spice. They're a high-value crop. Today's video shows how farmers harvest and process billions of peppers. Red bell peppers come from late harvested pepper plants. Early yields occur as peppers typically develop before warm weather sets in. The pepper's weight gradually increases over time. Peppers usually reach maturity in 35 to 50 days. Pepper fields are often harvested multiple times in a season. During this period, peppers continue growing and changing color. Red bell peppers are typically machine harvested once at season's end. In southern New Mexico, red pepper yields average about 3,500 pounds per acre. Nearly 100% of Iowa's red peppers and paprika are now harvested mechanically. Farmers say mechanization is mainly needed for fresh produce, while frozen green peppers are mostly hand-picked. The harvest will be completed in 3 to 4 weeks. However, in areas unsuitable for vehicles, red peppers are still mostly picked by hand. Harvesting machines can damage pepper skins and can't meet market demand for stem removal. While shape and size matter less for dried peppers, top quality is crucial for sauces and powders. If picked too early, some peppers won't fully develop their color. After harvest, some red peppers go to a traditional drying facility. Farmers use their entire yard to sun-dry red peppers naturally. The remaining peppers are sorted for other products. At the factory, the first step is washing the fresh peppers. Fresh peppers have dirt and dust, so they must be washed. After cleaning, the peppers are crushed for processing. Grinding usually involves crushing peppers into smaller pieces. Grinding increases surface area for more effective mashing. It also helps release the pepper's flavor and heat. After pureeing, the chili sauce is boiled. The main goal here is to eliminate microbes in the sauce by heating it to high temps, ensuring product safety and stability. Sauces are typically bottled in glass or plastic containers with airtight lids. Labels and packaging are then added before the bottles are shipped to stores and supermarkets. Besides red bell peppers, we also have regular bell peppers. Bell peppers yield a sweet, mild flavor crop enjoyed by many different cultures. Interesting things happen in the fields during harvest time when peppers are picked and transported. Bell peppers, sweet and spicy, originate from southern Mexico, Central and South America. Bell peppers thrive in areas with warm soil and higher temperatures. You can usually expect a healthy crop about 11 weeks after planting. The longer they stay on the plant, the sweeter and riper they become. Their health benefits increase too, as they contain more vitamin C when fully ripe. Many peppers turn red or yellow as they ripen on the plant. However, you can harvest bell peppers when young or fully grown. Growers often use sharp scissors to cut peppers directly from the plant, without causing damage. Farmers typically harvest peppers early in the morning when they're still moist. Store harvested peppers in a cool or shaded area. They don't overfill containers to prevent bruising. Pickers also remove any damaged peppers during harvest. After harvesting, the process isn't over yet. In fact, it's just beginning. Peppers continue to ripen even after being picked. Proper cooling and storage is crucial to prevent over-ripening before reaching stores. Farmers must sort peppers and check for pests to ensure high-quality produce. Midsummer, Coachella Valley farmers use platforms to harvest and pack peppers in the fields. After harvest, they're taken straight from the field to the platform, where workers pack the peppers into boxes. Cooling peppers post-harvest removes field heat, extending shelf life. Peppers stay fresh for 14, 21 days if stored at 90 to 95% humidity, and 47 to 57 degrees Fahrenheit. 55 degrees Fahrenheit ideal. Before packaging, peppers are placed in large containers for cleaning and grading. Bell peppers have a scale based on characteristics like size and color, not spiciness. For sweet without heat, sweet banana peppers are an excellent choice. These peppers change from green to yellow to dark red, looking and tasting great. The fruit is 6 inches long, 1.5 inches wide, with a curved banana-like shape. These peppers are easy to grow and ideal for small gardens with high yields. Sweet banana peppers thrive in most Louisiana soil types. They prefer fertile, well-drained soil with a neutral pH of 6 to 7. Farmers should place pepper fields in areas with ample sunlight. At least 6 to 8 hours of daily sunlight ensures optimal fruit development. Insufficient sunlight leads to spindly plants with few peppers. Temperature significantly affects sweet banana peppers. These pepper plants thrive in temperatures between 20 and 27 degrees Celsius. Cold temperatures can harm plants and slow fruit production. However, sweet banana peppers are suitable for commercial cultivation. Due to rapid fruiting, they're harvestable about 60 days after planting. This warm season crop thrives across Texas, where growers plant in spring or summer. When sweet banana peppers reach full size and look glossy, they're ready for harvest. Farmers often pick sweet banana peppers early, once they're 10 inches long and pale yellow. For spicier peppers, farmers let them ripen longer until the skin turns bright red. Farmers use knives or scissors to cut peppers, avoiding damage to delicate stems. Peppers with stems attached store longer. Sweet banana peppers have thick, crunchy flesh and few seeds. They're a top choice for both pepper growers and chefs. Mild flavor and firm texture, perfect for salads, sandwiches, and pickles. Though from South America, China leads global production, supplying half the world's crop. Mexico, Turkey, and Indonesia are also major sweet banana pepper producers. China is one of the world's earliest and most significant centers of agricultural origin. From modern farming to advanced preservation, Chinese farmers are revolutionizing agriculture with unique, high-quality products. So how have Chinese farmers transformed their fields into a rich source of agricultural goods? Let's explore this in today's video. How will corn farming evolve in the future? Fewer field workers, more machinery, improved quality control, increased corn yields. That's the norm in the United States. And it's the goal China is working hard to achieve. Recent data shows China ranks second globally in annual corn production, yielding about 257 million tons, just behind the US. Corn harvesting in China has become highly mechanized in recent years, gradually replacing traditional manual methods. Harvesters collect corn from each hectare through rows of plants planted in straight lines. Machines harvest corn much faster and more efficiently than manual labor, saving workers time and energy. The corn harvester is designed to carefully collect corn, minimizing damage and reducing losses during harvest. The Global Agricultural Information Network predicts China will harvest 296 million tons of corn in 2024 to 2025, up 2.4% from last year. At about 44.3 million hectares, the corn planted area will exceed that of other grains. Farmers prefer growing corn over soybeans due to higher profits from corn cultivation. China imported over $5 billion in US corn last year, despite being the world's second-largest corn producer. About 75% of China's corn is used as animal feed. China currently needs about 250 million tons of corn annually. American farmers grow corn much more efficiently than Chinese farmers. The U.S. Department of Agriculture estimates China's corn yields at less than 3 tons per acre. Meanwhile, U.S. farmers produce nearly 5 tons per acre. China aims to grow all the staple grains it needs. Chinese firms are now investing billions in Latin America to learn everything from seeds to processing and transport. Citrus fruits, the most grown and valuable crop in the 18 southern provinces, make up half of all fruit production and are the main fruits in southern China. The citrus industry is crucial in rural areas, being a key income source for farmers and an economic driver for local governments. China's diverse agricultural landscape is on display as harvest season unfolds across the country. In Hubei, summer oranges are at peak sales, providing vital income for local fruit growers. Our summer orange farms, spanning over 12,000 hectares, yield farmers more than 60,000 tons annually. On a farm in Hunan, central China, farmers are busy picking, loading, and transporting citrus to a fruit processing facility. The fruit production unit harvested over 600 acres of citrus as the fruits ripened in recent days. On sunny days, farmers work from 6 a.m. to dusk, harvesting, sorting, packing, and transporting. China's peak citrus consumption season is during the Lunar New Year. This is when market demand rapidly increases. Customers are pleased with the citrus fruit production. China's citrus season runs from late September to April next year. About 80% of China's citrus crop is harvested from mid-October to December. Farmers grow citrus on small family plots and hire seasonal workers for harvest. Harvesting is done by hand, one fruit at a time, to avoid damage. Chinese farmers use traditional methods and rarely use modern machinery. Most citrus fruits are sorted and packaged on the farm after harvest. In China, citrus is mainly eaten fresh, with little processing. Most Chinese citrus fruits are sold at farmers' markets, with some in supermarkets. Apples are one of the world's most cultivated temperate fruits, with China as a key global supplier. China is the world's top apple producer, accounting for over 52% of global production. In 2023, China will produce 49.5 million tons of apples, far surpassing the US at 12.4 and Turkey at 9.4. Most apple growers cultivate 1.6 to 2.5 acres, with a third in new growing areas. Many individual apple orchards are clustered in the province's main growing regions. One county alone farms 50,000 acres, exceeding most major U.S. apple-producing states. Chinese farmers use various methods to harvest apples based on variety, weather, and operation scale. The most common method involves using ladders and baskets to carefully pick each apple. During harvest season, apple growers need many workers to ensure quick production and harvesting. Chinese farmers play a key role in supplying apples to the global market. They're always improving harvest methods to enhance quality and efficiency. By 2025, China's apple production is expected to drop by 5 million tons to 41 million tons. High temps during flowering reduce fruit yields in main producing provinces Shaanxi and Shandong. Moreover, according to the USDA's analysis of China's stone fruit production, fruit orchards on farmland are being gradually phased out in exchange for compensation to farmers. Instead, the government wants to promote the growth of food crops. Soybeans are one of them. Now, we'll visit the fields to see how farmers harvest. For half a month, a local farm co-op will race against time. Farmers work about 15 hours daily to plant 10,000 hectares of soybeans. Heilongjiang, China's grain hub, has over 20 million acres of soybean fields. The city's 2023 soybean yield will hit 2.6 million tons, staying #1 in the country. This year, Gongqing has 13,440 hectares planted with soybeans. Many fields turned yellow, creating a unique early autumn landscape. Farmers plan harvests based on soil moisture and crop maturity, while considering machinery and weather for ideal conditions. After harvest, soybeans always need cleaning and drying for a few days. They can then be processed differently depending on the product's destination. Soybeans can feed humans, be processed into seeds, or used as animal feed. China's average soybean yield is about half that of the United States. As Chinese demand for healthy food grows, high isoflavone and lecithin soybeans are increasingly popular. Thus, China is the world's leading soybean importer. In 2019, soybean imports hit 95.54 million tons, equal to 26 ships of 10,000 tons arriving daily. This number has continued to rise rapidly in recent times. China's total grain production reached a record 695 million tons in 2023. This surpassed the 650 million ton goal set to ensure food security despite weather challenges. Wild forest honey can cost up to $7.84 per kilo, but harvesting it is risky. The first step is finding the beehive. On sunny days at noon, bees Bees visit streams to collect water for cooling the hive. Honey hunters often track bees from streams back to their hives using binoculars. Small GPS devices are being developed to make this task easier. Once located, the hunter prepares with protective gear, a smoker, and a container. This large tree houses over 30 hives. These hunters are skilled climbers. They release smoke as they climb, while securing a rope ladder to the tree. At the hive, the hunter uses smoke or gentle brushing to clear bees without damage. Smoke calms the bees, reducing the likelihood of stings. After a brief wait, the hunter trims the hive and extracts only the honey-filled interior. The honey hunter must carefully avoid damaging the hive or overly disturbing the bees. They leave enough honey for bees to survive winter or build a new hive. After harvesting, they mark these spots to return the following year. It's called mad honey as the flower's nectar can cause hallucinations. It's found thousands of meters high in the Himalayan mountain peaks. Only this Nepalese village knows how to harvest it using just a bamboo ladder, thanks to ancient tradition. For Gurungs and many Asians, this rare mad honey is prized in traditional medicine for respiratory issues. Villagers inspect the handmade bamboo rope ladder and wet it to ensure it's flame-resistant and safe. After hours of travel to the honey site, villagers hang a bamboo ladder on the cliff for the hunter to climb. People spread smoke in various spots to distract the bees. One wrong step and he'll fall from a height of 9,800 feet. At the right height, he simply ties a rope for safety. This is his only harness when he reaches the beehives. They use a 12-foot stick called tango to cut honeycombs, dropping them onto plastic 820 feet below. They'll harvest just enough to let bees keep building their nest. A harvested honeycomb typically weighs about 3.3 to 4.4 pounds. This nest here is 30 inches in diameter and 3 feet long. The high-risk harvest has pushed the price of this honey to $136 per pound. This annual tradition involves many stings and much effort. But sometimes bees don't produce honey as expected. So, would you dare to risk harvesting it? Like wild honey hunters, beekeepers use basic protective gear and smoke to approach the bee colony. They then shake the frame inside the box to remove the bees. Beekeepers select hive frames with honey that are at least 75% capped by bees. Empty frames are also returned to the box after removal. Beekeepers keep 130 pounds per box, depending on climate, to ensure the colony has enough food. They then remove honeycomb frames and brush off remaining bees with a soft brush. Small apiaries have 300 bee colonies, while large ones can have up to 5,000. A box has 10 honeycomb frames, which are then taken to a centrifuge for honey extraction. This permanent centrifugal method is the most common. It allows bee larvae to stay in the honeycomb and develop normally. Before returning frames to the hive, workers scrape off beeswax for other products. Honey is usually harvested in summer and fall after local plants produce nectar. You'd be surprised to find beehives at famous tourist spots in Paris, France. Paris honey is often purer than rural honey due to less pesticide use in the city. A 200 milliliters bottle of this honey sells for €41 with a floral delicate flavor. When thinking of the world's priciest honey, Manuka likely comes to mind first. In 2021, a New Zealand firm sold 200 Manuka honey jars at $230 each, totaling $4,664. Manuka honey's high price is due to its special antibacterial property, MGO, popular in health and beauty products. This honey is exclusively found in specific regions of New Zealand and Australia. Bees must travel 6 kilometers to these areas with only a 12-day flowering period annually. Harvest takes 6 weeks, using helicopters and machines to collect and extract this honey. It's the hive's superfood, costing up to 20 times more than regular honey. To produce it, the queen bee must first be isolated from the hive. The colony only makes royal jelly for potential queen larvae when they lose their queen. Workers use grafting needles to place 12, 18-hour-old female larvae in fake queen cups. After that, they place the cup frames in the nest box. After 72 hours, the worker begins harvesting royal jelly. This process requires great care and concentration. Larvae must be removed before collecting the royal jelly. These larvae are also valuable in alcohol and food industries. The worker then uses a special plastic spoon to extract the jelly. This special substance is harvested entirely by hand. One hive can produce 22 kilograms of royal jelly. Hubei's rapeseed-fed royal jelly is premium, costing $150 per kilo. Believed to promote longevity, royal jelly is gaining market popularity. In 2021, Turkish Centauri honey was named world's most expensive. It starts at $4.896 per pound, but Emerald Centauri can reach $500, 000 lb. Beehives are placed in caves 6,300 to 9,900 feet above sea level to absorb powerful minerals. Harvesting takes 15 years, with only 33 kilograms of honey collected each mid-November. The producer hand bottles it with gold plating and prints the buyer's name on it. The country is famous for the Great Wall and the Silk Road. China preserves ancient craft and leads global silk market, producing over 1 billion tons yearly. The transformation from caterpillar to silk fabric is a fascinating process. It all began with farmers' efforts to raise billions of silkworms. Each silk thread is woven from the very beginning of a silkworm's life journey. Farmers need thousands of silkworm cocoons to produce just 1 kilogram of silk. From tiny egg to adult, each stage needs careful attention for perfect quality. Farmers carefully select the best caterpillars as breeder health is crucial for high-quality silkworm eggs. Silkworm eggs, tiny as sand grains, hatch into larvae after about 10 days. Larvae grow for 5 weeks before entering hibernation to form cocoons. Finally, adult butterflies emerge from these silk cocoons. Choosing good silkworm breeds affects silk quality and survival in breeding environments. Ideal silkworm conditions: 77 to 82 degrees Fahrenheit and 85 to 90% humidity. Breeders maintain these conditions to promote growth and optimize silk production. That's why the world is always amazed by silk and the Chinese silkworm breeding method. Feeding these larvae is meticulous work. Mulberry leaves are their main food source. The leaves are cut small and fed often to ensure proper nutrition. On average, each silkworm eats 50 to 100 grams of mulberry leaves daily. Young silkworms eat less than older ones. Leaves should be added at least once a day. Ideally, feed full-grown silkworms 2 to 3 times daily. Farmers typically feed them in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. Experienced silkworm farmers have found that, rather than feeding large amounts of mulberry leaves at once, they increase feeding intervals to reduce waste and disease risk. No one knows exactly how many mulberry leaves a silkworm eats in its life. To cut costs, farmers often grow their own mulberry trees. If a silk farmer plans to raise about 20,000 silkworms, they'll plant 2,000 seedlings and tend them for 12 months before starting their silkworm operation. Farmers need 500 to 600 kilograms of leaves to feed 20,000 silkworms throughout their life cycle. In early spring, rural Chinese families harvest the last mulberry leaves from trees. Nong prepares food for his silkworms. Regular cleaning of the farming area is crucial to prevent diseases. These efforts ensure each silkworm is exceptionally pure and soft. Dry lime is crucial for creating a clean environment. It keeps the barn dry and airy, preventing moisture and the growth of bacteria and fungi in damp conditions. The hungry caterpillars spend about a month munching on mulberry leaves. After 6 weeks, they reach 7 centimeters, stop eating, change color, and weigh 10,000 times their birth weight. Entering their final life stage, silkworms begin weaving cocoons for their magical transformation. At this point, the silkworm applies an adhesive layer to shape its cocoon. It spins a single protein strand, moving in a figure 8 300,000 times to create a kilometer-long filament. Farmers must harvest cocoons before silkworms complete their transformation into butterflies. It's crucial to carefully remove the cocoon from its shell while maintaining its shape. Cocoons are boiled to soften and bind silk fibers, forming shiny silk rolls. The next step combines traditional and modern artistry. Farmers dye silk using natural or chemical materials, creating a rich palette to meet customer needs. The silk threads then undergo various weaving techniques, traditional looms to modern weaving and automated machines. All methods yield fine silk fabrics, showcasing Chinese farmers' craftsmanship and sophistication. This process enhances silk's beauty while preserving the inherent qualities of its fibers. Every silk product guarantees quality and durability, perfect for those who demand excellence. Silk threads from silkworm cocoons have been woven into fabric for over 4,000 years. Though silk represents less than 0.2% of the global textile market, its manufacturing base spans 60 countries worldwide. India is the world's second largest silk producer, following China. Other notable producers include Brazil, Thailand, and Vietnam. Blending advanced tech and tradition, China leads the global silk industry. Today, this country boasts over 500,000 silkworm farms and more than 1 million silk processing factories. These tiny silkworms not only produce quality silk but also provide a lucrative income source for farmers. 2 to 3 days after cocoons are finished, farmers harvest the silkworm cocoons. After harvesting, these silkworm cocoons are ready for industrial processing. They must undergo a thorough quality check process. This involves selecting and removing low-quality cocoons, keeping only the best for high-quality silk production. Post-harvest silkworm cocoons are gathered and packed in large bags for transport to processing plants. Each bag can hold up to 1,000 cocoons, weighing anywhere from tens to hundreds of kilos. Silk companies in China buy cocoons from local farmers, providing them with significant extra income. Dedicated workers carefully inspect each silk cocoon to ensure top quality. Before processing, low-quality cocoons are removed. The best silkworm cocoons are boiled for 10-15 minutes to soften silk and kill the pulp inside. This step is crucial in creating unique silk products. Workers adjust machines to control twist levels and speeds based on customer needs. The automatic spinner is a standout product, combining precision and stability for various yarns. New equipment optimizes silkworm breeding and boosts local agricultural economies. China's silk industry is more than just a symbol of wisdom and spirit. This cultural treasure enhances the country's appearance and economy. Farmers' perseverance and creativity have preserved this unique livestock profession. It outlaws domestic forms. Alaska, known for its cold and wild nature, isn't just ice and snow. It also has great farming potential. Despite harsh winters and frozen soil, Alaska has 91,000 acres of farmland. Alaska's famous crops are giant cabbages and lettuce. This shows how tough and creative Alaskan farmers are. Don't forget other Alaskan specialties like muskox, salmon, and king crab. How do Alaskan farmers handle the tough climate for crops and livestock? Let's find out in this video. The first farm product we'll look at is the musk ox. They symbolize resilience in the coldest places. They have the world's softest, warmest wool called kiviot. Musk oxen bring income and help preserve Alaska's nature and culture. Currently, Alaska has 353 musk ox farms, each raising about 50 to 60 animals. These animals graze daily, even in winter. They eat grass and behave naturally, creating a beautiful wild scene. Kivyut is harvested in spring when musk oxen naturally shed their wool. A mature musk ox can yield 4-7 pounds of kivyut yearly, worth up to $500,000 in high-end wool products. Musk oxen were hunted to extinction in 19th century Alaska, but reintroduced from Greenland in 1935. Today, they're not just valuable, but a source of pride for Alaskans. Besides musk oxen, reindeer are crucial to Alaskan agriculture. They graze freely on icy fields, providing meat and preserving traditional lifestyles. Alaska has over 25,000 reindeer raised on farms across the state, both large and small. These reindeer herds often live a semi-wild life here in Alaska. In spring and summer, they roam freely in large fields, foraging for lichen and hay. But in winter, farmers must feed them hay and nutrients to keep them healthy in the cold. Reindeer meat is considered a high-quality delicacy. Alaska produces about 4 million pounds of reindeer meat annually, worth millions of dollars. This meat is served in upscale restaurants and exported to other countries. Reindeer hide and antlers also bring significant income to the farms. Beyond economic benefits, reindeer hold deep spiritual value for indigenous peoples. Traditional festivals often center on reindeer, with tales of human-nature connections. Agriculture in Alaska is incredibly challenging. The state's annual cabbage growing contests are a big attraction. That's the scoop on cabbage. Now, let's discuss another special crop, Alaskan carrots. They're cold hardy and among the region's most popular veggies. Alaska's cool climate and mineral-rich soil produce carrots that are crunchy, sweet, and more nutritious than those from many other states. Alaskan farmers typically plant carrots in early May, spacing seeds 1-2 inches apart for proper root growth. Carrot harvesting in Alaska is done manually or with special tools to protect the roots. After harvesting, carrots are washed, sorted, and packaged for local or out-of-state sale. Each year, Alaska produces over 1.2 million pounds of carrots, mostly eaten locally or exported to cold regions in Canada. Besides cabbage and carrots, lettuce is another key crop in Alaska. It's actually one of the most popular greens here, loved for its quick growth and crisp taste. In Alaska, greenhouses are built to handle strong winds and heavy snow, providing year-round veggie growing spaces. Just 30 to 40 days after planting, Alaskan lettuce is ready to harvest. Farmers carefully cut each leaf with sharp tools to keep it fresh and top quality. Alaska's yearly lettuce crop meets about 70% of the state's needs. Alaskan lettuce is also shipped to nearby areas like British Columbia, where high-quality greens are in demand. When talking about Alaska's agriculture, it's not just gardens. The state is also known for its seafood industry. Salmon is an Alaskan icon, vital food source, and valuable product. Alaska's cold waters and strong currents are ideal for salmon. The state has 3,000 plus rivers and 3 million lakes, breeding billions of salmon yearly. Locals fish from June to September when salmon swim upriver to spawn. Yearly, Alaska's salmon industry produces 120 plus million pounds, earning $700 million. It's also the main livelihood for many coastal fishing communities. This industry creates over 25,000 full-time jobs in fishing, processing, and shipping. Ever tried Alaskan king crab? It's one of the world's most luxurious seafoods and the pride of Alaska's fishing industry. With its massive size and high nutritional value, king crab has long symbolized wealth and status. Alaskan king crab fishing mainly happens in the Bering Sea. The season runs October to January, battling huge waves and freezing temperatures. It's one of fishing's most dangerous jobs, but also incredibly lucrative. Alaska produces over 10 million pounds of king crab annually, worth about $1.5 billion. The industry creates 15,000 plus full-time jobs, from boat crews to processing workers. Alaskan king crab dominates 50% plus of the US premium crab market and is exported to Japan and South Korea. Alaska's not just known for fishing. Hunting's also a big deal there. Many hunters in Alaska target moose. They're common and known for their size and impressive antlers. Moose hunting is a long-standing tradition and key to Alaska's hunting economy. The season runs from September through late November. Weighing 800 1,500 pounds, moose provide plenty of meat for local families. One moose yields over 1,100 pounds of meat, feeding a family for a year. Guns and bows are used, but bow hunting offers a more thrilling experience. The moose hunting industry also attracts many international tourists. Yearly 1,000 plus visitors hunt here, bringing $15 million to the state's economy. Hunting is strictly regulated to protect the ecosystem and wildlife populations. In the bitter cold, Alaskan farmers prove nothing's impossible. They not only produce food, but inspire belief in hard work and nature. Fall provides ideal conditions for crops to reach peak maturity. It's also prime time for American farmers to harvest and process crops. Pomegranates thrive in warm climates. Ideal temps for pomegranate growth range from 25 to 35 Celsius. Warm, dry conditions help pomegranates develop richer, sweeter flavors. Though drought-tolerant, regular watering is key for maximum yield. The US is a top global producer of pomegranates. Farms here supply millions of tons yearly for domestic and export markets. Fresh pomegranate prices can range from $20 to $38 per 25-pound box. In 2023, US pomegranate production will hit 500,000 tons, with exports to Canada, Korea, and Japan. India also boasts a thriving pomegranate industry, harvesting over 800,000 tons annually. Indian pomegranates are widely distributed across Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Pomegranates typically ripen from late August through November. Farmers must monitor the fruit's color changes closely. Since pomegranates don't ripen post-harvest, timing the harvest is crucial. Harvesting is done by hand, with farmers cutting stems to minimize damage during transport. They carefully place pomegranates in cloth bags, then into large barrels. Post-harvest pomegranates are quickly sent to factories for initial processing and preservation. Pomegranates are quickly cooled to prevent spoilage. They are then carefully inspected to remove damaged ones. At the factory, pomegranates can be canned for sale. When chilled, pomegranates stay fresh for 2-3 months, enough time for distant markets. Juicing requires peeling, removing outer membrane, and squeezing seeds. After refining and pasteurizing, pomegranate juice is bottled for stores. Domestic demand for pomegranates is rising due to health food trends. Peaches grow best where late frosts are unlikely. Late frost can kill flowers instead of allowing them to fruit. Fruit size refers to the number of fruits per tree. Crop loads are typically adjusted at 45 days. Manual fruit thinning is labor-intensive, costing up to 130 hours per acre. As of 2023, China produces over 60% of the world's peaches, percent of global output, over 15 million tons yearly. Main peach growing areas in China are Shandong and Hebei provinces. The United States is also a major peach producer. In 2023, the US harvested about 650,000 tons of peaches, mostly for domestic use. Peach harvest season runs from May to September, varying by variety and region. Peaches must be picked at the right time for best flavor and quality. Farmers typically harvest by hand. Manual harvesting needs care as even slight bumps can damage the fruit. Pickers walk through orchards hand-picking ripe, firm peaches. Farmers use ladders to reach and pick peaches from the treetops. Balancing on a ladder to pick fruit isn't easy. They rush to harvest peaches before birds and small mammals get to them. At the factory, peaches are quickly cooled to halt ripening. The conveyor belt moves about 70,000 pounds of peaches hourly. Workers start by removing peach leaves. Peaches are sorted by size and quality. Substandard peaches are discarded. After washing, peaches go into an automatic peeler. Peaches are then sliced or halved based on the final product. Peaches are soaked in sugar to enhance flavor. Peach pieces are then canned in syrup. After sealing peach cans, they're sterilized at high heat to kill bacteria and extend shelf life. The United States is one of the biggest peach markets. 2023 stats show Americans consume about 1.2 million tons annually. Chestnuts grow in temperate and cold climate regions. California and Michigan are key U.S. chestnut producers, with vast acreage dedicated to cultivation. Chestnuts typically ripen from late September to early November. When nut shells turn brown and fall off the tree, they're ready. Chestnut harvesting occurs when nuts are ripe and naturally fall to the ground. This process demands meticulous attention and patience from farmers. The chestnut gatherer is a round cage on a long handle, which farmers roll on the ground to collect chestnuts. This allows farmers to harvest faster without bending over repeatedly. Handpicking is slower but lets farmers control product quality. Ensure only ripe, undamaged chestnuts are harvested. In large orchards, farmers use sweepers to collect chestnuts from the ground. These machines have rotor systems to remove debris. This improves efficiency and keeps chestnut shells intact. The chestnut vacuum has a powerful motor and flexible suction system. Chestnuts are sucked into a large container for rough sorting. The vacuum also has a filter system to remove leaves and debris. Before processing, nuts are washed to remove impurities like dirt, leaves, and small debris. Next, the nuts are sorted by size and quality. Walnuts bring significant economic value in many countries, especially the US. After 5-7 years, healthy walnut trees can yield 350 pounds of fruit annually, showing great potential. As of 2023, California has about 355,000 acres of walnut orchards, produce up to 600,000 tons of nuts yearly. Walnut harvesting is now fully mechanized. A hydraulic shaker vigorously shakes the tree trunk, making nuts fall to the ground. Each $100,000 shaker has cushioned jaws that grip the trunk to minimize tree damage. Fallen nuts are gathered into rows and collected by mechanical harvesters. The machine system removes debris, keeping only quality nuts. Harvested nuts are sent to processing units for final quality checks. Processing and preservation methods vary based on market needs. Whole nuts are sized, cleaned, and sorted to remove impurities. This prevents spoilage and preserves quality during storage. Nuts are stored in temperature-controlled facilities, ready for processing when needed. After shelling, the nuts are placed in a crusher. Then they're sorted by size and color, with remaining shells removed. Nut kernels undergo rigorous quality inspection before packaging and market release. Drying is crucial to extend shelf life and maintain quality. The drying process is carefully controlled to preserve flavor and nutritional value. Special is harvest time in America's farming regions. A wide variety of valuable agricultural products. Harvesting machines work tirelessly in the fields. We now see U.S. farmers gathering millions of tons of crops for the 2024 harvest. Let's first take a look at the garlic fields. garlic has steady market demand and is easy to grow on a large scale. Rich, well-drained soil is all garlic plants really need. Garlic thrives in temperate climates, tolerating cold winters and needing warm summers. California and Texas are two of the top garlic-producing states. Some farmers harvest young garlic about a month before full maturity. This is a delicious seasonal dish. Garlic bulb formation depends on daylight duration, triggered by 12 hours of sunlight daily. Typically, garlic varieties need 9 to 10 months to fully develop and mature. However, some short-season varieties only need about 5 to 6 months until harvest. The garlic harvest season runs from late June to August. Farmers start harvesting when tops yellow and fall, but before they're fully dry. They leave bulbs in soil for weeks after tips brown, then dig them up mid-June. To harvest large quantities of garlic, farmers use mechanical harvesters. During harvest, a shaker removes dirt from bulbs, then stems are cut. A conveyor belt then moves the garlic bulbs to the harvester's container. When farmers let garlic fully dry in the field, it's easier to harvest and store. Once the garlic's roots and skin dry, farmers don't need to wash it. Instead, they'll trim the roots and brush off the dirt. Garlic is stored in a cool place. The ideal temperature is between 13 and 14 degrees Celsius. Over 30 U.S. states grow watermelons, with harvests starting east and moving west and north for months. Peak season varies slightly by region. In most U.S. regions, watermelons are best from May to September. Watermelon harvest time is 100 to 120 days, depending on region and variety. Florida, Georgia, and California are the top watermelon producers in the U.S. These three states harvest about 2.9 billion pounds of watermelon yearly. When the skin brightens, white spots on the watermelon turn yellow. Also, when tapped, a ripe watermelon makes a loud sound. The melons lighten in color and their leaves dry out. These are all signs that they're ready for harvest. Watermelons are cut manually using sharp tools. Cutters must be careful not to scratch or damage the fruit. To prevent scratches and rot, harvesting occurs only in dry weather. After picking, farmers flip them over to prevent sunburn. Most watermelon fields are harvested twice per season. On average, each plant yields 2 to 3 ripe fruits. One group cuts melons from vines, flipping them to show they're ready. Another group then collects the cut watermelons. They form a line to load melons onto trucks for packaging. At storage sites, farmers carefully load them onto trucks lined with soft fabric and padded with hay or straw. Maintain temperatures between 10 to 16 degrees Celsius to keep watermelons at peak quality and extend shelf life. Sugarcane is cultivated in Texas, Louisiana, and Florida. Florida produces about 50% of U.S. cane sugar, accounting for 20% of the country's total sugar consumption. Florida's sugar industry generates over $160 million annually, with a total economic impact exceeding $400 million. Mature sugarcane plants can grow up to 10 feet tall. Farmers use mechanical harvesters for sugarcane from September to January. Mechanical harvesting cuts average harvest time from 32 hours to just 12 hours. This boost in harvest efficiency leads to higher yields and profits for farms. Typically, farmers harvest sugarcane crops every 3 to 5 years. Southern Louisiana gets 68 inches of rain yearly, but cane harvest happens rain or shine. Sugarcane fields are often muddy, so harvesters use tracks instead of wheels to avoid getting stuck. Harvester moves through the cane fields. After cutting, rotating arms separate leaves from the cane stem. Cane stalks continue through cutters to be chopped into smaller pieces. Full harvesting carts transfer their load to trucks. Cane leaves are pushed back into the field as fertilizer. The cane harvester can cut up to 60 tons per hour. Scientific advances boost the scale and productivity of the sugarcane industry. Estimates show that Ecatre's NCUA's sugarcane production in 2024 will reach 690 million tons. Besides sugarcane, each U.S. cherry harvest yields 245,000 tons. The harvest season typically runs from May to July and must be done quickly. Cherries ready for harvest are round, dark red, and smooth. Farmers pick ripe fruit evenly, one branch at a time. They continue harvesting each tree until all cherry fields are done. Once bags are full, farmers empty cherries into crates, removing twigs and leaves. Cherry harvesting is simple but requires care and gentleness. Farms in Zezibrosio typically need 120 workers for the month-long harvest. Workers began picking at 5 a.m. and kept at it until the heat became unbearable. The cherries go into large crates, each holding about 770 pounds of fruit. In a single day, they'll fill up 200 barrels. Water cooling is crucial to maintain the cherries' high quality. Processing plants cool cherries with hydrogen-infused cold water to lower their core temperature. If not kept cool, cherries quickly lose firmness and overall quality. The U.S. is the top global blueberry producer, averaging 700 million pounds yearly. Blueberries are grown across the entire United States. Over 26 states commercially produce blueberries. Blueberries can be planted in spring or late autumn. In warmer areas, blueberry season can run from March to May. Blueberry farming in the U.S. is expanding. Commercial growers use mechanical harvesters for the fresh market. Farmers must plan carefully, especially regarding harvester setup. Blueberry plants have narrow canopies, reducing harvest losses. Farmers space rows at least 9 to 10 feet apart. Each row needs 30 feet of clearance for harvester turning. A Georgia farm pioneers Dutch blueberry harvesting tech. The most common type is the between-row harvester. It's popular, harvesting 98% of ripe berries efficiently. Meanwhile, handle the blueberries gently to prevent damage. It's also low labor, which helps minimize harvesting costs. In Japan's lush fields and forests, farmers grow valuable crops. Their ingenuity boosts yields and raises the value of Japanese produce globally. Let's see how Japanese farmers harvest tons of agricultural goods. Udo, an edible wild plant, is native to various parts of Japan. It's been used as a spring dish since ancient times. Udo is classified into two types, Yamato and Nankodo. Both grow from early spring until around April. However, their appearances are quite different. Yamato is green and wild-looking, while Nankodo is white. These visual differences relate to their growing environments. Yamato has thick, fleshy stems, growing vertically 60 to 90 centimeters long with a 2 to 5 centimeters diameter. Despite its potential for large growth, Yamato is harvested seasonally for its young, tender stems. Nankodo, on the other hand, is cultivated using a light-shielding farming method. After 30 to 40 days, Udo is harvested when it reaches about 70 centimeters in height. The peak harvest season typically runs from December to April. With Udo plants only about 1 meter tall, underground harvesting is challenging. The constant squatting required leads to leg and back issues for many farmers. Farmers carefully cut and wrap the Udo to remove it from the tunnel. Another person waits outside to lift the wooden box containing the harvest. Time is crucial after harvest, as Udo quickly turns green when exposed to sunlight. So farmers gradually move to indoor cultivation and harvesting to protect Udo from weather effects. Tachikawa's booming Udo industry became hugely popular, yielding about 450 tons annually. Udo's flavor changes perceptions of wild vegetables. While wild veggies often worry people with bitterness, Udo can be enjoyed raw. Biting fresh Udo produces a crisp sound, with mild sweetness spreading in your mouth. Its fresh, refreshing taste lingers afterward. That's why this plant became Tachikawa's specialty. Now let's visit Lake Kasumigara, Japan's second largest lake. It boasts Japan's largest lotus root production. The lakeside land is fertile with ample water, helping lotus roots thrive. Lotus roots from Lake Kasumigara are the most prized. They're harvested July to March. Yearly, all lotus stems and leaves above water are cut to stop further growth. Lotus roots grow underground, dormant in mud, storing starch from summer to winter. Roots from the same pond area can taste different based on harvest time. Summer's young lotus roots taste as sweet as pears. Farmers harvest until May, when roots become flexible as sugar turns to starch. Mud made travel tough, and finding lotus roots wasn't easy. Farmers say patience and skill are needed to extract the whole root. As roots may grow oddly, farmers must be gentle to avoid breaks and get good prices. On average, each kilo of lotus root costs about $2.80. The lotus fields are about 50 to 60 centimeters deep. Farmers kneel chest deep in water, digging in mud for lotus roots. They use water jets to find roots, washing them multiple times. This method also prevents damage to the lotus root's skin. Carefully handled roots are tasty and visually appealing, adding value. At the processing unit, lotus roots are cut and canned individually. Remkon Sankyo Dai harvests and ships roots 2 days after orders. Japan is also known for having the most delicious mushrooms. Ever seen millions of shiitake mushrooms growing in the forest? Farmers select oak trees about 10 to 20 centimeters wide, creating ideal conditions for shiitake mushrooms to grow. The oak logs are carefully stacked and moved to the shiitake cultivation area. Next, farmers drill small holes in the wood to insert shiitake mushroom spawn. These holes are spaced 10 to 15 centimeters apart, depending on the size of the shiitake mushrooms. The spawn is inserted using a special tool to ensure proper placement and depth. Each log will produce shiitakes 2 to 4 times, depending on hole size and weather. After transplanting shiitake spores into logs, they're placed strategically to ensure optimal mushroom growth and harvest. Japanese farmers traditionally harvest each tree by hand in the forest. Harvesting is done manually, with farmers carefully plucking shiitake mushrooms from the logs. They use plastic baskets to collect the harvested mushrooms. Full baskets are taken to storage areas where mushrooms are preserved to prevent damage. Slow growth and natural habitat give shiitakes dense texture, rich flavor, and high nutritional value. Wild shiitake cultivation provides economic opportunities for local Japanese communities. In southern Japan, shiitakes are the top mushroom crop, making up 50 to 55% of total production at high prices. Only a limited amount of wild shiitake mushrooms can be harvested annually. This scarcity makes fresh shiitakes pricey, with dried exports even more expensive. At the drying facility, shiitakes are re-inspected to remove any unsuitable mushrooms. Excess water is then removed from the mushrooms. Remove excess soil and spread it evenly. Drying occurs under strict control with proper temperature and time to remove moisture from the mushrooms. This process preserves flavor and nutrients. Besides delicious shiitake, Japan is also known for lingzi mushrooms. This mushroom has been used in traditional medicine for thousands of years. After felling, The log rests for 2 weeks before drilling. One log can support the growth of 15 Ganoderma mushrooms. The logs are inoculated with Ganoderma and buried underground. Farmers spend a long time cultivating and growing Ganoderma mushrooms. It takes 9 months before Ganoderma mushrooms become visible. After a few months, fully grown Lingzi can be harvested and processed in various ways. Want to know what makes it unique among millions of forest mushrooms? The magic of Ganoderma lingzi lies in compounds locked within its cell walls. Compared to shiitake, Ganoderma mushrooms grow at a much slower rate. Farmers must wait 75 to 90 days before they can harvest. Interestingly, yield is proportional to each inch of tree diameter. For instance, a 15 centimeters diameter trunk will produce reishi in about 6 years. This means larger diameter logs take longer until the first harvest. As lingzi mushrooms mature, they turn reddish-brown and shed spores. Mature Ganoderma mushrooms are between 2.5 to 10 centimeters thick. Farmers prefer to harvest Ganoderma mushrooms with white undersides. If harvested late and brown, they've already started decomposing. Harvesting is done by gripping the root and pulling with the other hand. After washing, Ganoderma mushrooms are dried below 50 degrees Celsius. Only 4 corn types grow across all 50 U.S. states. They yield a surprising 16 everyday products. The U.S. surpassed China as the world's top corn producer, with 346.7 million tons in 2023, thanks to advanced farming tech. Sweet corn is likely the most familiar type, known for its high sugar content and delicious sweetness. Mechanical harvesting is common, using either self-propelled or tractor-pulled harvesters. Florida, Oregon, and California lead in sweet corn production, jointly harvesting 13.6 tons in 2022. Sweet corn is typically harvested when the kernels are still young and tender. The harvester cuts the ear-bearing stalk, with ears later removed by machine or hand. In Florida, sweet corn is grown on over 37,000 acres, with harvest lasting from October to June. Harvest timing varies among farmers due to elevation differences across the state, affecting planting schedules. Some states prefer hand harvesting sweet corn, allowing for more precise selection of marketable ears. This harvesting method is common on corn farms in Florida, California, and Georgia. Field sorting reduces packaging waste, enabling a quicker transition to the cooling process. Harvested ears can be sent to packing facilities or packed directly in the field. The corn sugars and tenderness start to decline once the ears are removed from the stalk. To preserve quality, farmers quickly cool harvested sweet corn to about 32 degrees Fahrenheit right after harvest. Hydro-cooling, using water to keep it cold, is often used to keep the corn fresh for up to 2 weeks. While sweet corn is just 1% of Essequinewa's corn crops, popcorn reigns supreme as a popular variety. Popcorn looks skinnier than regular corn. With a hard shell and soft, moist center, popcorn pops when heated to 400 to 460 degrees Fahrenheit. The moisture inside turns to steam, making the kernel expand. In factories, freshly popped popcorn is seasoned to taste. Popcorn's popularity is clear, with over 232 million Americans enjoying this snack in 2020. That's about 14 billion liters of popcorn consumed each year. To meet this huge demand, popcorn is mainly harvested using combine harvesters. These powerful machines allow farmers to harvest corn day and night. Equipped with a corn head, the harvester separates the ears from the stalks. Ears feed into the machine, where kernels are shelled and cobs are ejected. Shelled kernels are then moved to storage bins, air-dried to 14% moisture, ideal for popping. Sometimes, popcorn is harvested on the cob using a corn picker, keeping kernels intact. The corn then dries on the cob, and kernels are removed later. To ensure good popping, kernels are sorted to remove smaller ones. Nebraska was the top popcorn producer, but Indiana took the lead with 97,000 acres in 2021. However, popcorn isn't actually a variety of corn. It's part of the flint or Indian corn family, coming in red, blue, purple, yellow, and white. While sweet and field corn have different uses, what corn is the base for the Mexican staple, tortillas? Welcome to Iowa, the land of cornmeal. This state produced 2.3 billion bushels of corn in 2020, about 16.19% of total U.S. production. Today, the U.S. is the world's top corn producer, using 96 million acres for corn and exporting 38% of global corn exports. Before milling, harvested grains are typically dried in silos until they reach about 15% moisture content. These dried kernels undergo cleaning and sorting, passing through screens to separate them by size and quality. Then, the clean kernels are ground into a fine powder using a series of rollers or mills. The ground material is sifted to separate the flour from larger particles and bran. Finally, corn flour is bagged to prevent contamination and maintain freshness. In this Korean corn snack factory, corn flour is steamed and pressed into a thin, long sheet. A machine then cuts it into strips, which are fried in this automated fryer. The fried corn strips are seasoned, cooled, and then packaged. Corn flour is often used as a gluten-free alternative to wheat flour. So far, we've explored corn as a food source. But what about the corn farmers plant for future crops? That's where seed corn or field corn comes in. As the most grown corn in the U.S., seed corn covers 90 million acres and is common along highways. Manual pickers can't match these harvesters, which cover 10 acres or 300,000 ears per hour. The harvested corn is then transported to processing facilities to prep for the next planting season. Dent corn, a common type, is named for the dimple that forms on each kernel as it dries. It's mainly used for cattle feed and cornmeal, a southern staple often used in grits and hush puppies. For cattle feed, farmers harvest the entire corn plant, including stalks, leaves, and ears. These tasks would be time-consuming if done manually. So many U.S. farmers use huge harvesters that cut 20 rows at once. Next, they ferment in silos to create corn stalk silage. Corn farmers also earn from corn cob mix sales. These feeds, worth about $61 per ton, provide key nutrients for cattle and sheep. Corn seeds are also processed to make corn oil. It takes about 2.5 to 3 pounds of corn to make 1 quart of oil. The refined oil is filtered and packaged for sale. Corn oil is a healthy, affordable fat that can handle high heat without breaking down. Corn is also used to make ethanol, a fuel additive or standalone fuel source. This renewable energy, reducing emissions, is a key product from corn plants. For a unique drink, there's corn whiskey, also known as bourbon or rye. Corn is ground and fermented to make a mash. This liquid is then distilled to increase alcohol content. The final product is corn whiskey, aged in oak barrels to impart flavor and color. Bourbon's a popular choice for cocktails and loved by whiskey enthusiasts. Can you guess what these farmers are about to harvest? They've been here since early morning with long ladders. Bingo! It's cherries. Each person uses a small basket that holds about 25 kilos of cherries. After filling the small basket, workers go to weigh and transfer cherries to a larger container. Each of these boxes pays 75 undra. It usually fills up after about 1 hour and 45 minutes of picking. Though workers pick quickly, they use techniques to avoid damaging branches or fruit. Picked cherries keep stems for freshness, and farmers remove all leaves. After filling a large silo, the manager scans the picker's label to record the number of silos harvested. The harvested boxes are then taken off the cherry farm and briefly washed to cool before transport to the packing unit. Washington is the top cherry-producing state in the U.S., accounting for over 50% of the country's cherries. Some farms use cherry shakers for faster harvesting. The harvester wraps the trunk, gently shaking the star-shaped tree evenly, rather than just back and forth. Cherries fall onto a tarp, then go to water tanks, holding 1,000 pounds to keep them fresh. Did you know August is the month for super sweet melons? Early in the season, melons aren't fully ripe, so farmers go to fields with bags to carefully pick the sweetest ones. At another farm, workers harvest melons in small boxes and load them onto a large truck. These early melons are often sold at local farmers' markets due to limited quantity and imperfect sweetness. A few weeks later, typically in August, the main harvest kicks off. Farms hire more workers and use machines to ensure ripe melons are quickly packaged. Workers use small knives to cut vines and harvest each melon individually. Melons are then tossed onto ramps and bounce onto a conveyor belt, taking them to the harvester. Some farms that sell locally have packing lines set up right in the fields. Packers sort melons by size and carefully place each one into a box. Each melon and box is labeled with a mandatory traceability code. California farms, the top melon producer, pack melons in facilities for nationwide distribution. Planted in early March, melon seeds take about 90 days to mature. Multi-gen, U.S. melon farms like this 111-year-old one have perfected growing methods, yielding extra sweet melons. All melon boxes are stored at 36 to 38 degrees Fahrenheit to extend shelf life beyond 3 weeks. Pumpkins are autumn icons because early September marks their harvest time. Teams of 20-30 farmers inspect each pumpkin, cutting stems with large shears. Harvest-ready pumpkins are lined up straight, prepping for the main harvest day. Pumpkins can ripen and turn orange post-cutting, so farmers harvest those too. They harvest about 20,000 pumpkins daily. Each pumpkin can weigh up to 50 pounds, giving farmers quite the workout. To boost efficiency, many large farms now use pumpkin harvesting machines. These machines can harvest 4 rows of pumpkins at once. Quality pumpkins are stored at 80 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit for 10-14 days, allowing skin to harden and stem cuts to heal. Afterward, they're thoroughly washed. They're then taken to pumpkin patches for people to buy as Halloween nears. In fact, pumpkins can be stored for up to a year. Rotting pumpkins left in the field are lined up by a machine. Another machine grinds each row, turning pumpkins into fertilizer and collecting seeds for next season. Farewell to the orange pumpkin fields. Say hello to Iowa's golden cornfields. For large-scale corn seed production, corn is harvested mechanically. This harvester covers 6 acres per hour, about 900 bushels. Did you know these cornfields also house many wild pigs? Watching for wild pigs damaging crops is crucial during harvest. In peak season, large U.S. farms run multiple harvesters simultaneously. They combine cutting, husking, and collecting, boosting efficiency. The U.S. remains the top corn exporter, selling to Mexico, China, and Japan. Now let's check out the sweet corn fields. Small-scale and fresh sweet corn farms often still harvest by hand. Over 120 workers harvest this 300-acre field, earning about $15 hourly. Harvesting's done at night if it's too hot during the day. Iowa leads U.S. corn production with 90% of its farmland growing this crop. Are you a pickle fan? Pickling cucumbers are usually harvested 50 to 60 days after planting. In Iowa, about 100 workers are needed to efficiently harvest 1 acre. They may pick cucumbers twice daily for 25-30 days based on variety and conditions. Workers typically wear gloves during the manual harvesting process. Each worker can harvest about 1 to 1.5 tons per day. On large farms in Michigan and Florida, machines can harvest 3 acres per hour. Average U.S. open field yields can reach about 3 to 15 tons per acre. These harvesters effectively remove leaves and vines while gently separating fruits from the plant. Farmers here use harvesting machines as they produce 450 million pounds of cucumbers yearly, 63% of Iowa's cucumber output. Some mechanical harvesters have grading systems to sort cucumbers by size, color, and other quality factors. They can also return spoiled cucumbers for decomposition. This is what happens on a cabbage farm on harvest day. During harvest, workers cut outer leaves and place cabbages on a conveyor belt. In 2022, Iowa produced 22 million tons of cabbage, with California accounting for 7.1 million. But many large commercial farms have switched to modern harvesters in recent years. This is a green cabbage harvesting machine. It takes 3 workers to cut leaves and arrange them in wooden crates. These machines save labor and have foam pads to protect cabbages from bruising and damage. This red cabbage farm only needs 2 harvesters as they use a box harvester.
Farming isn't just about productivity. It's also about enjoying beautiful moments in the fields. There's something deeply satisfying about watching a combine harvester in action. It's like unearthing hidden treasure with each pass. The machine lifts plants, exposing crops ready to dry in neat rows. Think robots are just sci-fi? Modern farms already use them. Today's farms use robots for various crops. With sensors, they assess fruit and vegetable quality in real time. Ever seen a harvester clear a field effortlessly? These machines work fast, harvesting multiple rows over 15,000 carrots per hour. China leads carrot production, growing over 46.3 billion annually. One sweep and this machine can collect over 50 kilograms of pistachios. This is how they harvest apples in California. Did you know pistachios have separate male and female trees? Farmers must carefully manage the ratio to ensure successful pollination and fruit production. Nothing beats watching a melon harvest in full swing in California. Seeing workers pick ripe melons and line them up is like watching hard work pay off in real time. This device moves through the vineyard, easily releasing each grape cluster. France is the top grape producer, with most grapes ending up as wine. The grape crusher starts the winemaking process, pressing fruit into a satisfying pulp. Over 26 billion liters of wine are made worldwide yearly, and this machine is crucial to that. However, some specialty winemakers in Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Georgia still use traditional foot pressing to crush grapes, believing machines may damage delicate skins and seeds, potentially degrading the wine's flavor. The berries that float to the surface during harvesting are one of the most unique and fun aspects of farming. The United States produces over 400 million pounds of cranberries annually, primarily in Wisconsin and Massachusetts. Cranberries float when harvested due to their air pockets, which makes them unusually buoyant. Cranberry harvesting isn't easy, but there's something captivating about watching workers expertly corral and collect each berry by hand. It's a hands-on process perfected over time, ensuring only the freshest cranberries are selected. With efficient teamwork, farmers can pick thousands of figs daily, maintaining top quality. This method also reduces fruit damage, keeping it fresh and ready for sale. It's a perfect example of how hard work and experience come together in the fields. This fig picker isn't just efficient. It's mesmerizing to watch, as it always selects perfect fruit. Turkey leads global production, reaching over 2 million tons annually. Figs are truly beautiful fruits. It occurs between June and August. California produces a whopping 95% of the country's total plums. The fruit has never been better. These large harvesters are used to pick fruit in big farms. It picks fruit, removes debris, cleans it, and transfers to storage bins or trucks efficiently. China leads global production, growing over 91 million tons annually. Hand-picking is common during each plum harvest season in California. This state leads in plum production, growing over 500 million tons yearly. This harvesting system helps farmers process up to 4,000 boxes of plums daily. It's faster, cleaner, safer than traditional methods, reducing E. coli risk. Coli. China is facing a harvesting crisis. Brazil is facing a harvesting crisis. Brazil is facing a harvesting crisis. Brazil is facing a maintenance crisis. Rice is a global crop with over 70 million tons produced annually. Maintenance is key for rice, and this farmer handles thousands of acres effortlessly. Oryza sativa grows in over 2 billion rows of rice fields annually. Alaska is known for growing some of the largest rice paddies ever. One of the biggest recorded rice paddies weighs an incredible 2,000 pounds. As for unusable husks, this farmer quickly turns them into compost or fuel. They're recycling everything efficiently. Did you know Native Americans used rice for its nutritional benefits? Alaska is home to some of the world's largest wetlands. Wetlands are among the most crucial ecosystems worldwide. Wetlands are vital for biodiversity and water purification. They also play a key role in carbon sequestration. Wetlands are essential for flood control and erosion prevention. The Pantanal is one of the world's most important wetlands. This wetland produces more in a day than a team could in weeks. Farmers grow over 14.1 million tons of rice annually, with India alone producing enough to feed the world several times over. For smaller farms, compact rice harvesters are a lifesaver, maintaining efficiency without heavy equipment. Then, they use a lifesaver to remove the rice. There are several types on the market, but this is the most efficient for small farms. These guys are harvesting a field of rice in Florida and loading it into a conveyor bag. Apart from that small slip-up, it's a pretty efficient operation. Forget those commercials for packaged rice. The real workhorse in rice farming is this machine that handles green rice leaves with precision. China leads the world in bamboo production, which was once so valuable it was used as currency in ancient China. These bamboo shoots are perfect for turning bamboo into high-quality food products in record time. With over 800 million tons of bamboo harvested worldwide, it ensures animals receive the energy-rich nutrition they need during colder months. If you've ever tried to harvest bamboo by hand, you'll love watching this bamboo processing in action. It's fast, smooth, and doesn't miss a single bamboo stalk. Orua leads the pack, producing over 660 million bamboo lines annually. Every year, over 500 million smartphones are sold in China. This trend is expected to continue. Today, China is the world's largest market for smartphones. At 32 degrees Fahrenheit, or 0 degrees Celsius with vacuum sealing to maintain freshness. Peak season exports exceed 80,000 tons yearly, mainly to South Asia, Europe, and North America. Besides fresh consumption, lychee is dried into a caramel-flavored snack called lychee nuts. Drying involves sun exposure for 3-4 days, then gentle cooking over charcoal. This is the jujube, also known as the Chinese date. Cultivated in China for over 4,000 years, it's key in traditional Chinese recipes. The popular summer or winter jujube is prized for its size, crunch, and sweetness. In arid Ribe, Shanghai, and Xinjiang, workers dry fruits on trees using this special method. At markets, fresh summer jujubes sell for $2.23 per kilo, while dried ones fetch higher prices due to concentrated flavor. Jujubes symbolize prosperity, which is why they're part of Chinese wedding ceremonies. They're placed with beans and lotus seeds to wish for fertility and a happy family. Did you know China produces 46 million tons of jujubes yearly, more than any other country? That's nearly 55% of the world's jujubes. But here's the surprising part. Despite being the top producer, China exports only a small fraction of its jujubes. Shanxi and Shandong lead with practices ensuring each jujube is picked at peak ripeness. Of China's 23 native jujube varieties, the Japanese origin red jujube dominates, making up 70% of production. The Chinese name for jujube sounds like Pope, making it a popular New Year's gift as a symbol of peace. These sweet, creamy jujubes cost $1.12 per kilogram and are stored at 32°C at 0 degrees Celsius after harvest to maintain freshness. Jujubes thrive in the warm climates of tropical provinces like Guangdong, Guangxi, and Yunnan. China produces over 13 million tons annually, making it Asia's second-largest jujube producer. Harvesting jujubes is a coordinated effort. Workers carefully cut large jujubes using machetes that can weigh up to 50 kilograms. Jujubes are then transported by machine to prevent damage. Farmers monitor the fruit for uniform ripeness, typically harvesting at 75 to 85% maturity. This ensures the jujubes are firm enough to ship, yet fully ripe when they reach consumers. The Li variety is the most popular type of jujube. Fresh jujubes sell for 30 to 50 cents per pound and are treated post-harvest to slow ripening. They're then packed in temperature-controlled boxes, typically set at 57 degrees Fahrenheit or 14 degrees Celsius for shipping. Domestically, jujubes dominate the market, driving a $4 billion annual industry. If you've never tried a jujube, you're missing out on a sensory explosion. Jujubes, or Ziziphus jujuba, are as impressive in flavor as they are in appearance. Native to South China, They've long been prized for their sweet, tangy, and delicate flavor. The fruit ripens in early summer and is highly perishable. As a result, their harvest window is very short. Thus, they command premium prices, with fresh fruit often selling for $5.07 per pound. Did you know China produces over 4.5 million tons of jujubes annually? That's enough green mangoes to fill over 18,000 Olympic-sized pools at sunset. And trust me, you'll want to dive in because they're absolutely incredible. Though mangoes aren't native to China, it's become the world's second largest mango producer. During peak season, one worker can harvest about 880 pounds, 400 kilograms, of mangoes daily. They sell for about $1.50/lb or $3.50 per kilogram locally, fetching higher prices when exported. Traditional Chinese farmers have turned mango preservation into an art form. They slice the fruit thinly, spread it in bamboo bags, and let the tropical sun work its magic.
Everyone, today we're visiting Australian mango farms to see how they grow and harvest this fruit. With vast agricultural areas, these farms typically yield about 40,000 tons of mangoes annually. Mango planting usually occurs in late spring. Is steel wire used to help mango trees grow steadily? On these farms, it typically takes 2 to 3 years from planting to harvesting mangoes. Early summer is when mangoes bloom here, and it takes about 105 days until harvest begins. These mangoes are now ready for picking. Farmers use various harvesting methods based on tree height. Have you ever wanted to visit a large mango farm like this and pick ripe mangoes yourself? After harvest, tons of mangoes are sent to factories for packaging or juice production. Here they're washed, sorted, and packed before being shipped to supermarkets. Additionally, tons of mangoes from here will be exported to other countries. Hello everyone, do you like pomegranates? Tell us, what do you think of this fruit? Because in today's video, we are visiting a pomegranate farm to see how they grow and harvest this fruit.
The first step is digging holes to plant pomegranate trees. Pomegranate cultivation varies from place to place. Pomegranate trees resemble shrubs and require pruning. Pesticides are used to control pests damaging the leaves. It takes 3 to 4 years from planting to harvest on these farms. The pomegranates are ripe and ready for the new harvest. Pomegranates have soft skin and bruise easily if mishandled. Thus, pomegranates are harvested by hand. Harvested pomegranates go to factories for packing or juicing. Would you like to visit and pick pomegranates yourself? At the factory, pomegranates are thoroughly washed before packing.
These are photos from the pomegranate juice factory. Have you ever tried pomegranate juice? The seeds are crushed and then the juice is extracted. Everything's checked thoroughly before bottling.
Hello everyone! Today we're visiting French vineyards to see how farmers grow and harvest this sweet fruit. First up, the seedling prep process. These grapes are nurtured in nurseries for 7 weeks before being planted in the fields. In small-scale grape-growing areas, planting is done by hand. In vast fields, cultivating thousands of vines requires machines. The grapevine is a fruit tree needing careful attention. Most French grape varieties take 3-4 years for the first harvest. Pruning aids harvesting and boosts future yields. Green grapes have formed, and in 2 months, handpicking will start in small vineyards. Many viewers might wish to join. Modern machines harvest grapes in large fields by shaking vines until all grapes fall. After harvest, hundreds of tons of grapes are sent to factories for processing.
Grape juice and wine. Fine wines need grapes from 20-plus-year-old vines.
What did you think of the grape growing process? Tell us in the comments. See you in the next videos. Hello everyone. Want to pick and eat your own strawberries? Today we'll visit hydroponic strawberry farms. First step, seed incubation. Seeds incubate for 5 weeks before greenhouse transfer. All set. Thousands of plants move to start a new cycle. Photos of modern hydroponic greenhouse construction. Plants stacked in trays with special soil.
After 3 months, flowers bloomed and bees will now pollinate the strawberry plants. The water and lighting systems here are fully automated and controlled. These lights are typically on for about 9 hours each day. Four weeks have passed since the flowers were pollinated. It's early summer now, and everything's ready for a new harvest. Does seeing thousands of ripe strawberries excite you? Many people enjoy picking and eating strawberries right in the garden. These strawberry plants will yield another harvest in early fall. Some places have tested robotic strawberry harvesting. However, it doesn't seem to work very effectively. After harvest, tons of strawberries are sent to factories for packaging. Large amounts also go to factories for frozen berries and juice production. What's your favorite way to eat strawberries? Fresh, frozen, or as juice? At the end, we'll see farmers using traditional growing and harvesting methods. What did you think of the strawberry growing and harvesting process shown? Tell us in the comments. See you next time in our upcoming videos.
Often called green gold. Often called green gold, this versatile plant is key to many cultures and industries worldwide. Its fast, sustainable growth makes it a valuable resource. Today's video shows how farmers harvest and process bamboo products. Bamboo thrives in tropical and subtropical climates. This is a unique plant. Bamboo has long rhizomes, spreading quickly in unpredictable ways. New shoots grow stems with branches and leaves in about 60 days. A bamboo plant reaches full height in just 6 to 9 months. However, it takes 3 to 5 more years to mature for harvest. Mature bamboo has stable sugar levels and strength for building. Harvesting bamboo requires a good saw, gloves, and safety goggles. When cutting bamboo, it's crucial to cut above the first or second node. Cutting just above the node can prevent issues. 3. It traps rainwater, causing stagnation and pollution. This attracts pests, weakens the rhizome system, and hinders new bamboo growth. Farmers often leave rhizomes to allow for 3. It can produce new shoots annually. As a woody grass, harvested bamboo doesn't need replanting. It regrows by pushing new shoots through the soil. The rhizome structure forms 80% of bamboo's biomass, all underground. China leads global bamboo production with vast resources. Its bamboo forests cover 16.7 million acres, a large part of total forests. 3. In the Asia-Pacific region, China dominates, accounting for nearly 71% of global bamboo product exports. China's bamboo industry, valued at $27 billion and expected to reach $48 billion, is a cornerstone of its economy, employing 10 million people. This industry creates opportunities for rural communities and plays a key role in the green economy. As demand for eco-friendly products grows, China's bamboo industry is set to expand both domestically and internationally. India is the world's second-largest bamboo producer, with an impressive annual output exceeding 11 million pounds. India's bamboo industry showcases the country's biodiversity and horticultural expertise. Moreover, bamboo farming boosts income for rural families in Assam, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. The dry season start marks peak bamboo harvesting time. Indian farmers typically harvest from post-monsoon through late winter. Summer harvested bamboo decays faster than bamboo cut in fall or winter. During harvest, farmers remove any dead or wilted bamboo stalks. Bamboo clusters grow densely packed together. Farmers cut bamboo stems shorter than 2.5 meters in length. Cleaning bamboo allows remaining plants to grow easily. Usually cut with a long sharp knife or curved saw. Some farmers use chainsaws to save time and effort. Bamboo stalks shouldn't be harvested during growth season, as it can damage young shoots and slow future growth of the bamboo clump. When managed well, bamboo plantations take up to 2 years to effectively reduce soil erosion. It's crucial to preserve harvested bamboo before processing, as it tends to rot quickly. The preservation process may darken the bamboo stem due to high heat, destroying the starch inside. Farmers heat bamboo to 248 to 302 degrees Fahrenheit for 20 minutes to protect it from insects. It can be lime-coated to slow water absorption and boost antifungal properties. Farmers soak bamboo in mud or water for weeks to reduce starch and deter borers. Then, they dry it to prepare for product processing. Bamboo plantation yield depends on management and climate conditions. A well-maintained mature plantation can yield 5-6 bamboo shoots per clump. This amounts to about 1,500 stems per acre. Over 40 Ecuadorian bamboo species are vital in daily life and agriculture. Bamboo boosts family economies, with demand outpacing supply. Ecuador has giant bamboo plantations, with stalks reaching over 30 meters high. This fast-growing bamboo is ideal for construction and plywood industries. At the factory, stacked layers are placed in the hot press. Bamboo is compressed under high heat and pressure to form a solid uniform board. It's then sanded, trimmed, and coated for durability and appearance. Bamboo boards can be used for many different applications. Bamboo has become crucial in the sustainable materials market. It's an eco-friendly choice. It can replace metal, plastic, and cotton. Bamboo is now used in everything from kitchenware to toilet paper. Farmers use bamboo to make flower pots. They cut bamboo stems to the right length. Then, they sand the cut edges to smooth out rough spots. This step is crucial for the vase's look and safety. Bamboo is also used to make forest bamboo salt. High-quality bamboo salt costs nearly $100 per bottle. This process makes purple bamboo salt the priciest worldwide. Koreans use it for cooking and traditional medicine. It's made by heating sea salt inside bamboo. The aim is to infuse salt with bamboo minerals. The process starts by cutting 3-year-old trees into uniform logs. Korean West Coast salt is hand-packed into bamboo tubes. Once the bamboo tube is filled with salt, workers load it onto a cart and push it into the furnace. This process of placing salt in bamboo tubes takes about 2 years. Heating above 1400 degrees Fahrenheit burns the bamboo, leaving a column of salt. But this is just the beginning of the process. The 9th and final burn is the hottest, exceeding 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. An expert operates a special kiln to fire the bamboo salt. The bamboo burning process is done as quickly as possible. After cooling for days, workers carefully break the salt by hand, wasting nothing. Bamboo salt can cost up to 10 times more than Himalayan pink salt. Bamboo can withstand heavy rains and other harsh weather conditions. Thais know bamboo salt is very cold and can cause climate issues. They've applied advanced design and building techniques with tarias. They can construct bamboo structures in high-temperature areas. Tress wood's look and strength are used in tourism and crafts. Bamboo can also be transformed into unique sculptures. It's used in interior design, music, and various products from floors to exclusive designs. And consumed worldwide. Made with natural ingredients, bottled at incredible speed. So, how is beer produced? Today, we'll follow barley harvesting and craft beer brewing. Sometimes nothing beats an ice-cold beer. But creating that unique flavor isn't easy. It all begins in the barley fields. Barley typically grows in temperate climates. In the US, North and West are main barley-producing regions. Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, and Washington lead production. Barley is sown in spring. At first, it looks like grass. At 30 to 40 centimeters, they start forming seeds. Barley growing conditions vary by cultivar, but it grows best in cool, moist conditions. Harvest timing depends on grain moisture and field climate. Barley is ready for harvest when grain moisture is between 12.5% and 18%. If grain moisture is lower, farmers need special storage for overly wet grain. Barley is typically harvested using combines and threshers. The barley harvest requires special care and attention. Malting barley has higher harvesting standards. Barley must be dry for easy grain-straw separation during harvest. Winter barley is harvested in July, spring barley in August. Post-harvest barley is tested for germination and quality parameters. Growers consider skin adhesion, mold, frost damage, and plant diseases. After passing the test, the next step is malting. Freshly harvested barley grains are starchy and smell grassy. Brewing beer right away won't let yeast access these complex carbs. Malting converts barley to malt, shaping beer's color, aroma, and taste. Start by soaking barley in water to absorb moisture. After hours, drain the water and expose seeds to air. It undergoes wetting and oxidation stages to activate. Soaking ends when grain moisture reaches about 45%. This takes 3 to 5 days, varying by barley type and environment. During germination, you'll see roots growing, a good sign. Starch changes occur. Growers control sprouting for even germination. Farmers turn seeds regularly to ensure roots intertwine and limit airflow through them. The final step is drying, which is done using hot air. The process starts by spreading sprouted barley in the oven and heating it to the right temperature. Drying is crucial as it affects barley's color and flavor and stops grains from sprouting. Heat dries barley and breaks down starch into simpler sugars for yeast in fermentation. The kiln is vital to the process as it influences the malt's color and flavor. Canadian barley is globally renowned, with 23,000 farmers producing about 8 million tons yearly. Farmers harvest barley from fields, then it undergoes processing at the factory. But why was barley chosen for brewing beer? Barley is the top grain for brewing, used in beer production. It has the right properties. With craft breweries booming, flavor and ingredient experimentation is trending. Steeping barley activates enzymes in the grain. Barley is soaked in water until fully saturated. Water is changed daily and every 45 to 72 hours. Seeds are aerated and stirred, releasing enzymes that convert starch to fermentable sugars. Grinding barley increases surface area, making it more accessible to water. Breweries use specialized equipment like roller or hammer mills to grind barley. The barley is then mixed with warm water until it's thick as porridge. Boiling is crucial in brewing as it sterilizes, killing unwanted microorganisms. Hops are added during boiling to create bitterness depending on the duration. The longer hops boil, the more bitter the beer becomes. Hops are usually added in the last 15-30 minutes for flavor. The boiling process typically lasts 60 to 90 minutes. All of this takes place inside the kettle. Kettles were 2.1-3.6 m wide, 2 stories tall for heating power. After fermentation, the mix is filtered and pumped to fermentation tanks. Fermentation is where the magic happens. There are 2 types of fermentation in beer production. These are primary first stage and secondary fermentation. When yeast is most active, it eats most sugar and makes beer. Beer is packaged in various forms like bottles and cans. The packaging process is crucial for quality preservation. Some beers are filtered again to remove any leftover solids and yeast. Brewers also measure alcohol content, bitterness, pH, and color. Breweries use various methods to ensure consistent flavor and quality. Kelowna locals are having a blast making craft beer. They have a small brewery space to work with. Though small scale, each step mirrors large factory production. They work hard to produce high-quality beer. Multiple full kegs allow for creating many different beer styles. Kelowna is in the desert's far north, so water scarcity is a problem for brewers. Using a standard kettle system, brewers need 4 to 6 liters of water per liter of beer. Since the water requirement is so high, conserving water is crucial. They filter and reuse clean water from fermentation tanks for the next beer batch. Brewers are aware and mindful of this agricultural industry's growth. They aim for economic growth while respecting the environment. They use spent grains from brewing as animal feed. Are you ready for harvest season? When farmers reap the wonderful fruits of their labor? Today's video showcases harvest moments that'll surely amaze you. This incredible tech innovation digs and collects hundreds of potatoes in one go. It works precisely and powerfully, minimizing crop damage. The sieving function cleans potatoes in the field, ready for storage or use. In 2023, CNSU's total potato harvest area will be about 961 acres. Harvesting machines greatly contribute to this development. During cherry harvest, farmers use machines to shake trees and drop ripe fruit. The clever design harvests cherries without damaging the fruit pulp. This maintains top product quality and speeds up the supply chain significantly. Cherry production at Zuasmo, supplied to the market in 2023, will reach 550 million pounds. Sugarcane harvesters are a unique and valuable investment for farms. One harvester does the work of many people. This allows farmers to harvest more in less time. After cutting, rotating arms separate the cane leaves. Stems go through a cutter, chopping them into smaller pieces. Meanwhile, leaves are returned to the field as fertilizer. Finally, the cane is loaded onto trucks for transport to the sugar mill. California uses the most cabbage harvesters in recent decades. With ideal climate and vast farmland, California leads in fresh cabbage supply. As the machine moves, clamps hold the cabbage while a sharp blade cuts the roots. Leaves and roots fall as natural fertilizer, while clean cabbage moves to a conveyor belt. Workers check and container the product, ensuring it meets standards before packing. Visit Sequim Valley, Washington, North America's lavender capital. Washington farmers start harvesting in mid-July or early August. Lavender harvesters are designed for gentle pruning without damaging stems. As it moves, the machine's knife system cuts lavender just above the plant base. Lavender flowers are then collected in a container attached to the machine. Autumn also brings rhythmic work of dozens in the broccoli fields. They work at an incredible speed. Workers meticulously cut and sort each plant, ensuring every broccoli meets quality standards. Farmers use a sharp knife to cut the broccoli stem just above the root, keeping it intact. They remove outer leaves and check each head's quality before placing it on the conveyor. This method allows for careful harvesting and protects the broccoli from bruising. About 45 Afghan workers labor in the onion fields during harvest season. The farmer carefully removes the onion from the soil. They use knives to trim the onion roots and leaves. Next, the onions are packed into bags. Each bag typically contains about 50 to 60 bulbs. Work at night to avoid heavy rain or wet weather. When onion bags are full, an automated system loads them onto trucks, saving farmers time and effort. Fresh grapes are packed in the field to maintain freshness, reduce transport time, and prevent crushing. This method is used for hand-harvested vineyards. They inspect each grape bunch for ripeness, selecting only ripe, evenly colored, undamaged grapes. After cutting, bunches are loaded onto trucks for transport to the packing area. Kiwi harvest season in California runs from October to May. In ideal conditions, a kiwi plant can yield 110 to 220 pounds of fruit on average. Most kiwis are picked by hand. Harvest teams walk under trellises, picking kiwis from the vines. They place the picked kiwis in baskets they carry. When full, harvesters unload kiwis into bins. During peak times, farmers use multiple machines simultaneously. Harvest work is split across different field areas, ensuring full coverage. This also boosts wheat yield in a single workday. Harvesters are adjusted for field conditions like soil moisture and wheat ripeness. Farmers fine-tune speed for optimal machine performance without damaging wheat. Let's look at some farming scenes in Asia. Mud makes movement challenging. Japanese farmers carefully dig up entire lotus roots. They handle them gently to fetch a good price in the market. The lotus field is about 1 meter deep. They spent all day diving in muddy water to find lotus roots. Some farmers use water jets to make the search easier. This also helps clean the lotus roots right in the field. Their whiteness adds value to the product. Finally, they're carefully transported to where they'll be consumed. Farmers grow citrus on small family-owned plots, hiring seasonal workers for harvest. Harvesting is done by hand, one fruit at a time, to avoid damage. Chinese farmers mostly use traditional methods, rarely using modern machinery. Most citrus fruits are sorted and packed in the orchard after picking. Each durian is harvested one by one in a risky manner. Sharp spines can injure them at any moment. The tree climber and ground worker must coordinate smoothly to prevent fruit damage. After picking, durians are quickly transported to the harvest center for grading. Despite its tough exterior, durian isn't suitable for rough handling during transport. When durians rub against each other, their spines can break, causing easy damage. When chickens reach 6-8 weeks, Texas farmers bring the harvester into the coop. This machine starts grabbing the legs of many chickens at once. This cuts work time and keeps chickens healthy throughout the harvesting process. A 306-degree rotating device helps quickly roll up the chickens. The conveyor belt then distributes the chickens into containers. Harvesters can process between 8,500 to 11,000 chickens per harvest. Farmers are now evaluating their sheep flock. Sheep are gathered from pastures into large pens for inspection. Healthy sheep with ideal weight and soft, thick wool will be prioritized at the auction. They're transported in special vehicles to ensure they arrive unstressed, uninjured, and valuable. At the auction, they get a final health check and are sorted by weight, breed, and intended use. The sheep are then led to the auction area for buyers to inspect and select carefully. Similarly, farmers often check their cattle herd to spot high-value cows before selling. The best age to sell beef cattle is typically between 12 and 24 months. Selected cows must be disease-free, without injuries or deformities. Farmers often stay behind to guide the cows up the ramps onto the truck. This process is done carefully, keeping the cow stress-free and uninjured. Pheasants on this farm reach 20 to 30 weeks old and are ready for harvest. However, catching pheasants for sale is tougher than with other birds. Their erratic, aggressive flight poses many risks and challenges for farmers. They often wear protective gear or helmets to avoid pheasant attacks during harvest. Pheasants can survive 60 hours without food in ventilated boxes. This gives breeders enough time to transport them worldwide. Did you know poor post-harvest handling can damage crops and cause total loss? This is a common issue for farmers growing mangoes, a perishable fruit. After harvest, farmers turn the fruits upside down to drain the latex. After 30 minutes to an hour, the dripping stops. Removing latex prevents skin damage, allowing higher prices. Annually, 60 million tons of mangoes are produced globally. India produces half the world's mangoes, about 24.7 million tons. While many farms grow and harvest mangoes, few Indian mangoes reach the global market as production mostly meets domestic demand. Indonesia and China are also top mango producers. Mango trees provide farmers long-term sustainable income. Once established, well-maintained mango orchards can produce high-quality fruit for many years. Mango farming can be profitable, but like any agricultural business, it comes with its own challenges. Commercial mango farmers should use pest management strategies, including biological control and pesticides. Mango trees start bearing fruit from their 6th year. A mango orchard's average yield ranges from 3 to 9 tons per acre, with 400 to 600 fruits per tree. Mangoes are harvested when they reach the size and color suitable for the consumer market. This must be done carefully to avoid damaging the fruit. Mango is a fruit that depends on its growth period. This means that once picked, they'll continue to ripen after harvest. Mangoes are usually picked while still green and firm to reach distant markets. However, they must be developed enough to ripen and reach optimal quality. So timing the harvest right is crucial for successfully marketing mangoes. The best time to pick mangoes is early morning or late evening when it's cooler. Climate is milder, making the fruit less prone to damage. Farmers use poles with nets to catch mangoes, preventing bruising. Leaving stems on helps preserve the fruit for a longer period. Mango trees 30 to 40 feet tall pose harvesting challenges. Lifts or special gear help farmers pick fruit from treetops. Large mango farms employ teams of 10 to 20 harvesters. One group picks while another sorts mangoes on site. The team works to harvest quickly while maintaining quality. Farmers often face low mango prices during peak season. To reduce risks, they diversify sales and add value to mangoes. After harvest, farmers load all mangoes onto trucks for transport to the cold storage facility. At the facility, mangoes are cooled to remove field heat and reach the desired temperature, extending their shelf life. Sorting is done using various tools, including a mango sorting machine. Machines select fruit by size, while a colorimeter measures the mango's ripeness level. Packaging and transport are crucial, requiring careful handling to avoid damaging the fruit and reducing its market value. Stored at 9 to 10 degrees Celsius, mangoes can maintain quality for up to 21 days. Mangoes are rich in vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and fiber. This valuable fruit is widely exported, creating global trade opportunities for farmers. With its sweet flavor, unique aroma, and vibrant color, mango juice offers a delightful experience. Let's explore the mango juice production process at the factory. Horizontal chains drive rollers, moving mangoes forward while rotating them simultaneously. During this stage, workers can inspect from all angles and remove any subpar fruits. Next, the mangoes pass through a surf-style fruit washer. A high-pressure water pump rolls and washes the fruit thoroughly. They then follow the water flow to the next stage of processing. Workers blanch mangoes for 3-5 minutes to lock in color and enhance flavor. This prevents oxidation, stops browning, and softens the pulp for easier juicing. A specialized mango juice machine can fully remove the pit and peel, minimizing pulp loss. Production capacity ranges from 5 to 20 tons per hour. Sterilization is crucial to ensure the shelf life of mango juice. It eliminates bacteria, yeasts, and inhibits enzyme activity in the juice. The juice is then heated from 85 to 95 degrees before packaging. Mango juice is bottled according to preset quantities. This step is necessary for mass production of mango juice. Machines automatically transport, tilt, and fill bottles. Finally, juice bottles are labeled and ready for market distribution. Dried mango is a popular, nutritious snack enjoyed worldwide. Ever wondered how these tasty treats are made in a factory? Production starts with selecting perfectly ripe mangoes for best flavor and sweetness. After harvesting, mangoes are washed to remove dirt and impurities. Workers then begin peeling the mangoes. This ensures uniform texture and appearance in the final product. The mangoes are cut into equal pieces. Slice thickness may vary depending on the final product. Mango slices are placed in special dryers. These machines remove moisture but keep flavor and nutrients. Drying can take from hours to days. Workers monitor temp, humidity, and mango quality after cooling. Cooling prevents moisture, ensuring longer shelf life. Dried slices are packed to preserve freshness and flavor. Mango also pairs with other ingredients for unique dishes. Have you tried mango sticky rice? It's always among the world's top mango dishes. The dish is made with steamed rice. Sticky rice is served with fresh mango and coconut milk. Ripe mango's sweetness balances the sticky rice well. This simple dessert is popular in most Thai restaurants. Hello fellow farming enthusiasts. Today we'll explore amazing moments in agriculture. Get ready for stunning harvest scenes where hard work pays off. In June or July, sweet red raspberries are ripe for picking. The raspberry harvester moves through each plant row one by one. On both sides, there are two capable sets of mechanisms. Plastic prongs shake the row to dislodge berries from plants. As berries fall, they land on a conveyor belt below. Farmers then sort out leaves and unripe fruits by hand. They use flat containers to avoid crushing the berries. Unripe green fruits are left on the plant to mature. The harvester returns in 2 days to pick more ripe berries. Next, we'll visit the raisin fields, a fruit used mainly in wine and sweet production. Between August and October, when grape leaves turn brown and wilt, it's harvest time. The agricultural equipment is operated by a team of highly skilled workers. As the machine moves through vines, it shakes plastic bars to loosen the raisins. The raisins then fall and are collected on the harvester's conveyor belt. Precision work. Shaking also helps minimize damage to the grapevine. The harvester has an essential cleaning feature. During harvesting, green leaves and shoots are separated from the conveyor system. Finally, the quality raisins are transferred to the truck. California's sweet corn harvest runs June to October, when kernels are in the milk stage. This state's corn has always been prized for its freshness and flavor. The harvester's cutting head is adjusted to the proper height and position for the crop and row spacing. The harvester then cuts corn stalks while rollers guide them into the machine. These machines have revolutionized farming, greatly reducing the need for manual labor. They also significantly decrease field cleanup time. In 2023, the U.S. harvested about 340,000 acres of sweet corn. Cabbage is ready for harvest about 75 to 90 days after planting. Large farms use cabbage harvesters to supply fresh vegetables to the market. As it moves through the field, a special blade cuts the cabbage leaves and roots. The cut cabbage is then transferred to the machine's conveyor belt. During this process, excess cabbage leaves fall back onto the field. Workers at the machine will check and remove cabbages that don't meet standards on site. A mechanical harvester can replace manual labor, harvesting dozens of acres daily. This method also helps minimize the risk of damage to the cabbage. Cotton harvesters process multiple rows at once, up to 6, speeding up harvesting. The locomotive department will oversee all operations. The machine uses metal rollers to wind and pull cotton fibers from the plant. Cotton is then transferred to a large container, reducing frequent unloading stops. Modern cotton harvesters are equipped with an onboard modular system. Once harvested, cotton is compressed into large bales for transport to processing. We're heading to the wheat fields in western New York State. Tractors and compactors work together to collect straw from the field and compress it into small square bales. These straw bales are easy to transport and perfect for bedding. The square baler collects dry straw and other materials from the ground and feeds them into the baling chamber. A piston moves back and forth, compressing the collected dry straw into a square tube. Small square bales of straw are neatly arranged in the field. They're then baled into large bales by automatic bale collection vehicles. This is a carrot harvesting section from California farmers. This machine starts the harvest by moving through rows of carrots. It uses cutting blades to remove the carrots' roots. Soon, the carrots are pulled from the ground and placed in the adjacent truck. The harvester ensures carrots are properly collected without damage. This improves final product quality and optimizes farmers' profits. It also reduces labor and saves time compared to manual harvesting. China produces about 31 billion pounds of peanuts annually. Typically, after 120 days, peanuts are harvested when leaves yellow and tubers fully develop. The harvester uses underground cutters to uproot the entire peanut plant. The machine also has a vibration system to clean soil from the peanuts. After harvest, plants are placed upside down in beds to sun-dry. It usually takes 2 to 4 days for peanuts to reach ideal dryness. At this point, the tuber separator will pass through the field. It rolls all the dried peanuts onto the conveyor belt. The rotating part separates peanuts from stems and leaves. Finally, the sorting system classifies peanuts by size. We move to Iran, a world leader in pistachio production. Around September and October is peak harvest time. The shaker grips the tree trunk and vibrates to drop pistachios. Drivers adjust vibration to avoid damaging the tree. Falling nuts are caught in a collection chute at the tree's base. This keeps seeds clean and minimizes soil contact. Harvesters often separate leaves and branches from seeds. Pistachios then go on a conveyor for initial on-site sorting. Huge machines cover vast fields quickly. It ensures timely harvest of coffee at peak ripeness. As it enters coffee rows, vibrators gently shake the branches. This process causes ripe coffee beans to fall from the tree. The machine targets only ripe fruit, avoiding accidental harvest of unripe ones. Harvesters play a crucial role in developing Brazil's coffee production. Brazil is expected to produce 66.3 million coffee bags in 2023 to 24, nearly 40% of global output. Did you know the world produces about 105 billion pounds of onions yearly? An average person consumes almost 14 pounds of onions per year. India is the top onion producer, growing 58,000 pounds annually. Indian onions, known for their spicy flavor, grow year-round. The onion harvester has a square shaft rotating opposite to the machine. It works underground, loosening onions and preparing them for harvest. Onions are placed on a conveyor with holes to remove excess soil and leaves. The onions are then transferred to a container next to the harvester. This harvester ensures higher onion yield with less damage. Now, let's move on to the pineapple fields. About 85% of global pineapples come from Asia, mainly China, Indonesia, and the Philippines. To avoid midday heat and keep pineapples fresh. As the vehicle crawls along pineapple rows, farmers load freshly picked fruit onto its conveyor belt. They're carefully stacked in boxes for transport to the packing plant. This process saves time and effort, reducing manual transport of pineapples from field to facility. Now it's time to enjoy the delightful citrus flavors. Texas citrus harvest season typically runs from November to January each year. Best harvest time is early morning or late afternoon when it's cool, minimizing plant stress. Farmers use harvest baskets and ladders to pick fruit from tall citrus trees without climbing. Before harvest, farmers check fruits to ensure they're ripe. Ripe citrus has shiny skin and a distinct aroma. When baskets are full, farmers take them to nearby collection points and empty them into large containers. Besides citrus, the US is a top peach producer, with California growing about 75% of the national crop. In 2023, the US harvested 1.4 billion pounds of peaches, mostly for domestic use. Instead of machines, farmers often pick peaches by hand. Hand picking requires care to avoid damaging the fruit. Farmers use ladders to reach peaches at the top of trees. They aim to pick peaches before birds and small animals can get to them. Avocado harvesting in Mexico is in full swing. In Mexico's volcanic belt, these avocado trees thrive and yield high. Workers use long poles to pick avocados straight from the trees. During harvest, farmers carefully avoid damaging the fruit. Farmers monitor quality from growing to harvesting avocados. Avocados that fall to the ground won't be exported. Strict practices have boosted avocado farming in this country. Mexico's 2024 avocado crop may hit 6.1 billion pounds for export. Long poles with sickles attached to the bamboo tips. Farmers guide these poles to the top of coconut trees. They use the poles to cut ripe coconut bunches from the tree. In some coconut farms, channels are dug between rows to let coconuts fall into water, reducing harvest impact. The harvester calculates the force and direction of the pull. Coconuts in waterways help farmers control quantity and ease transport. Coconuts are usually picked soft to easily extract the water. Coconuts fruit regularly, allowing farmers to harvest monthly. This boosts farmers' income and the local coconut market. It's finally mango harvest season in Thailand. Best harvest time, early morning or late night, when it's cooler and fruit is less prone to damage. Farmers use a pole with a net to catch mangoes, preventing falls and damage. Farmers keep the fruit stems on, helping preserve them longer. Mango trees grow 30 to 40 feet tall, making harvesting challenging. Farmers use lifts or special equipment to pick the mangoes. They use these tools to reach fruit at the tops of the trees. Large mango farms employ teams of 10 to 20 harvesters. These teams pick and sort the mangoes right in the orchard. Everyone works together for quick, efficient harvesting while maintaining quality. Modern farmers have many equipment options for agricultural activities. From plows and mowers to harvesters, all meet the needs of livestock farmers and large-scale farming operations. Now let's head to the fields to see how farmers use heavy machinery. First is the plow, typically operated by a tractor. The plow breaks hard soil 6 to 16 centimeters deep, cutting, lifting, and turning the earth. Plows have various blade types, designed for specific tillage and soil types. These blades break up soil clumps, making the surface flatter and cleaner. It also loosens soil by turning it, making sowing much easier. Simultaneously, it provides space and nutrients for new plants. Typically, plowing is done after the harvest. This technique aims to remove weeds and crop residues to avoid hindering plant growth. This way, farmers can soften the soil and gradually prepare it for the next harvest. Plowing is one of the most crucial soil management practices. Without it, the field becomes impermeable and oxygen-starved. Plowing increases porosity, vital for water, oxygen, and organic matter circulation. It also reduces parasitic animal activity that impedes plant growth. These benefits come without increasing fuel costs or significantly impacting the environment. Conventional plows rarely go deeper than 20 centimeters. Deep plows, however, can reach depths exceeding 50 centimeters. Deep plowing alters soil structure and drainage. It also helps restore the soil's ideal structure. The plow turns the soil, creating space for a new field where none existed before. Like a shallow plow, it supports future plant growth and development. This allows plants to find suitable space for root development. Deep plowing also provides better control of perennial weeds than shallow plowing. Pastures yield 85% of farm profits and are the cheapest form of feed. Machines were developed to maintain and harvest abundant grass in spring and summer. This creates high-quality green forage with increased productivity. Farmers can use simple bar cutters for harvesting. These use alternating knives to cut the grass. Rotary cutters, on the other hand, use spinning discs for quick harvesting. After cutting, the grass is trucked to the farm, meeting the cattle's fresh feed needs. In summer, the grass grows fast and is often harvested by cattle farmers. Hot, dry weather is ideal for harvesting grass for silage. Farmers may leave the grass in the field for hours to wilt. This reduces moisture. The grass is then collected and stacked in the farmyard. Machines compress the grass tightly or roll it into large bales, removing air. The grass is then covered with plastic and sealed to remove oxygen. Over several months, bacteria in the grass ferment effectively. Harvested grass can also be field-dried. The farmer will return in a few days. The hay harvester helps bale the hay. Farmers collect and stack bales with one tractor, reducing field pressure from heavy machinery. Grapes are delicate and quick, easily damaged by heavy machinery. This is an extremely effective combination. Most harvesters use roller beaters or stem vibrators to remove grapes. The main mechanism uses a flexible double bar to shake the vines. In some areas, machine harvesting cuts labor costs by up to 75%. Machines move through rows, shaking vines to drop grapes onto conveyors. Once collected, impurities are removed through a series of nets. Harvested grapes are immediately trucked to the processing unit. This mechanical harvesting method is used only for wine grapes. A machine can harvest 1 hectare in about 5 hours. Manual labor can take 1 to 10 days to harvest the same area. Harvesters can also operate 24/7. Machine harvesting is often cheaper and better for large flat vineyards. Grapes cool faster when harvested by machine than by hand. These machines have lights for night harvesting. This helps farmers cut harvest time, especially during peak seasons. Ripe grapes left on the vine too long will quickly spoil. Though machines do most harvesting, farmers often check before use. They ensure enough fuel, working lights, proper tire pressure, and functional brakes. They also check for hydraulic leaks and make needed repairs. Like grapes, farmers use peanut harvesters to collect peanuts, saving labor and reducing work intensity. Tasks that once took days or weeks by hand can now be completed in just a few hours. However, during harvest, there's a greater need to adjust soil parameters. In wet areas, high-power machines easily remove impurities from the soil. To begin harvesting, farmers use a peanut digger to go through each row. The machine has a blade that cuts roots from the bottom of the plant. Its rotating tips dig and flip plants, aligning them in the soil. The peanuts end up facing sideways. Peanuts can be left in the field for a few days to dry out. When moisture content reaches about 10%, it's time to collect with a harvester. The harvester passes, quickly transferring peanuts to the back via rollers, preventing ground sinkage. A vibrating sieve is designed to remove impurities once peanuts are collected in the machine. Machines help remove peanuts from vines and also clean off extra dirt from the peanuts. As the combine passes through rows, it blows peanuts into a container and spreads dried stalks back to the soil. The peanut harvester combines digging, lifting, and reversing operations in one continuous process. It rarely breaks peanuts, with a breakage rate of less than 1%. Its peanut harvest rate reaches 98%, saving a significant amount of labor time. Not just for land, heavy machinery also works well in underwater environments. Cranberry harvesters help farmers increase quantity and develop production scale. In fall, we see harvesters traversing fields of ruby red cranberries. The harvester opened new possibilities for this $200 million per year industry. Most cranberries grow in Northeast America, mainly in Massachusetts and New Jersey swamps. Cranberry harvest typically runs from late September through October. Farmers flood fields with water to shield them from frost. The water level is about 18 inches deep. Growers use water reels or egg beaters to stir and free berries from stems. Each berry has a tiny air pocket helping it float on the water's surface. Americans consume 400 million pounds of cranberries yearly. Harvesters move through rows, agitating water to release berries from vines. It moves gently on balloon tires to avoid damaging the plants. This is the most labor-intensive part of the cranberry harvest. Floating berries are corralled to a collection point. Workers use a crane to pile berries around a pump for extraction. Finally, cranberries are loaded onto waiting trucks. They're then taken to facilities for processing and packaging. The humble banana, a global dietary staple, has a complex journey from farm to plate. Each banana bunch weighs 110 pounds, so farmers use foam padding to protect their shoulders while harvesting. The plantation uses a 35-kilometer cable system that can transport 75 banana bunches at once. In 2022, global banana production reached 42.2 million pounds. To ensure quality, farmers limit each banana tree to producing only 10 bunches for optimal fruit growth. Banana harvesting is labor-intensive, typically done in the cool early morning hours. Skilled workers usually begin their day at 5 a.m. The plant's remaining leaves are cut above ground,